Hello. Greetings. Greetings. Not repeating yesterday. Hello, Coffee Kangaroo. Hello, gentlemen. Hello, Nakamori. Good to see you. Astros. Silly Sore Star. I feel like a skin toasty burning to a crisp. I'm just imagining like skin toasting in an oven like pizza. But okay. That doesn't sound very nice. So today we're gonna be continuing reading where we left off. Last time we got the big reveal on Purge's father. He's finally met Aranesk, this fallen angel in this prison realm, and Aranesk revealed unto him like the past story of how the angels actually fell. He got a lot of exposition there. Blaster, Torrent, and Steel, meanwhile, have no idea what's happening to Purge. They are completely oblivious, and they're trying to get away from the planet because they know that place is dangerous. But they still have no idea what's going on. But now we're going back to Purge here and going to see what's going to become of him in this inescapable nightmare. Again, as for all readings, I will be doing most of addressing chat and whatnot. Like, you can go ahead and type up any thoughts or whatever that you want. I will address them whenever I reach a stopping point or between chapters. So we're taking a short little break between chapters, like about 30 seconds or so, to take a breath and take a drink. But with that said, hope you guys enjoyed the story. We'll be swapping over to Oblivion when we stop reading for the day. That'll be fun. Hope you guys enjoy the story. And well, let's see where we go here from here. 40 stream streak. Jeez Louise, that's insane. Anyways, chapter 13. No escape. Alone, but not isolated, the single knight bolted through the forest. His hammer firm in his grip, bloodied by the destruction of the creatures behind him, he kept his face ahead and eyes glaring with vengeful determination. He was Purge the Demon Slayer. He would not fall. He would resist. He would endure, and he would buy as much time as possible for his allies. If that meant running away from this fallen angel, or indulging him, no, it, in time-wasting conversation, then that's what Purge would do. He knew he could not fight it, not with means familiar to him, but he could and he would resist it. Still, no matter how far he ran, no matter how many horrific creatures of this forest he brutalized into a pile of broken bones and shredded flesh, that face and name refused to leave him. Aranesk. Its name was Aranesk. Aranesk, the fallen angel, who claimed to have taken part in Purge's birth, proved real after all. Despair sunk its teeth deep into Purge's heart, just as he now sunk the claws of his foot into the skin of a wretched beast before him, kicking the fiend with a flesh-ripping force. "Back, nightmare!" he boomed, charging forth with his hammer held high before flattening the skull of the many-mouthed creature. Taking a brief moment to catch his breath and wipe the blood from his face, he looked all around himself. With no sight of any trailing enemies, or enemies pretending to be his friend, he kept moving. How long would he have to keep this up? How many fiends must he destroy? How many times must he deny Aranesk? It didn't matter what he cared about now. All that mattered was that he did it. That was what it meant. That was what it meant to be a knight. That was what it meant to be loyal to his faith, his flag, and his father. Locta. Oh, what would Locta do now? Purge didn't know, but somehow Locta always managed to have the Creator on his side. In this realm, this prison where the Creator sequestered Aranesk from the rest of reality, was there even a shred of the Creator's light? Was that what made Locta so terrified? Oh, how he missed him. Oh, how he missed Locta now. He wanted it all to end, wanted to go home, wanted to cry like a baby in Locta's arms. He faced countless demons, marched through hell itself, saw a glimpse of his whole nation burning to ash, and yet this fallen angel, and the nightmares he confirmed, broke Purge in ways he was wholly unprepared to face. The mere memory of that beast crawled into his mind and ripped the history from his very soul. How could he fight such a thing? He couldn't. All he could do was run, and run he did. Sprinting without rest, for hours or even days, Purge ran. His feet blistered and bloodied, his claws scratched and chipped, his eyes dried in the wind, and throat wheezing with dry gasping breaths. He didn't care. Only making up for his mistakes mattered to him. He never should have followed that signal, never should have brought his allies, his brothers, to this place. He thought of their faces, Steel, Torrent, and Blaster, like children to him, and wondered what Locta felt now. Did Locta feel the same regret in sending Purge here? He prayed not, for if Locta truly worried, then he might send others after him. How would Purge forgive himself if Sulthrasa fell victim to this place? The irony, Purge thought. Here he thought he hated Sulthrasa for being so wrong, but in reality his hatred was merely a projection of his own inadequacy. In a way, Purge missed him now. He missed all of them now, and may very well never see them again. Purge stumbled to a halt, dropping his hammer and collapsing to his hands and knees, wheezing between dry heaves from being so exhausted. Under the eternal night over this strange, otherworldly forest of nightmares, he realized that maybe this was always his fate. It was not a death on the battlefield, but an eternity sharing a prison with this fallen angel, damned to mourn and weep for what he'd lost. He regretted everything now. The harsh words said to Lockton Sulthrasa, the things he never did when he had the time. Now he was stuck here, but with the curse of spreading his damnation to others. Purge rolled onto his back, his vision doubling as his overstressed body punished him. The night never ended, the forest never ended. His suffering here would never end. There was no salvation from this. He closed his eyes for a moment, wishing to die here, but he couldn't. He wouldn't. A surge of panic reawakened him like ice injected into his veins. No, he had to resist. He could not rest. Not while his friends were out there. Not while they were in here, trapped, just like he was. He stood up, quickly at first, but then slowed down as he remembered Aranesque's offer. Aranesque knew a way out of here, but said only Purge could achieve it. The gears turned in Purge's mind as he stood still, considering that maybe he could play along with Aranesque. But he also knew Aranesque would force him to do terrible things, unforgivable things. He remembered how it was often said that the weight of a soul was something that could not be quantified. A single soul saved was a great triumph even if a million were lost, but at the same time, a single soul lost was a great tragedy among a million saved. The soul of one was something beyond mathematical measurement, both infinite and infinitesimal in its worth. It was one of the great mysteries of his faith, and equally so, it remained a mystery to risk his soul for the salvation of others. The nightmares which rendered him restless through so many moons filled him with dread at what could happen. He remembered each time all the horrific things he felt emanating from that figure, which he now knew represented Aranesque, feeding him that wretched mass, that wretched truth. Purge looked down at his hammer, resting in the leaves and mud, with an uncertain gaze, staring as he considered the limits of his own faith and discipline. If Aranesque spoke the truth, if he was who he said he was, then what did that make Purge? If there was ever any chance of forgiveness in the first place, or was there ever any chance of forgiveness in the first place, or had he always been merely an experiment? If Sulthrasa had the blood of demons in his veins, then was it so far-fetched for Purge to have the blood of Aranesque in his? He held his palms open and looked down at them. The silver blood coagulated within the fur, and he shook his head. No, he was no fallen angel. It had to be a lie. It is no lie, came a strikingly familiar voice from within the trees. Wait, didn't we read this chapter? I'm just realizing. Hold on, let me scroll through here. Yeah, we already read this chapter. Oops. Oh, I'm so stupid. So that's... Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, we already read this. Damn it! Ah! I thought it... Yeah, this is the one where we found out. Okay, whatever. Anyways. Moving on, chapter 14. I feel like my flow is broken. I'm sorry, guys. Chapter 14. Living History. Would you look at that? Blaster muttered upon seeing the ancient vessel resting in the hangar bay, appearing almost untouched by time, preserved in the vacuum of space. The paint had worn and the hull bore scars of small meteoroid impacts, but otherwise it seemed the ship had been frozen in time. He almost he almost couldn't contain his curiosity. His steps across the cold metal hangar floor propelled him into an eager stride, so much that the others with him could barely keep up without running. As the ship's shadow loomed over him, he came to appreciate the small capital ship's size, about thrice the mass of an overall M41. Blaster looked around for a way inside, the ship sitting on its wings without any landing struts extended, letting the nose touch the floor. Walking around behind the ship, he saw a potential ramp to the inside of on the lower hull, but given how the vessel barely had any power, he had little hope of the door controls working, provided he even knew how to use them. Blaster stood back from the door, his hands at his side with his fingers flexing as he considered his options. He then remembered the dagger in his satchel, reaching in and retrieving it. He glanced at the shiny, silvery blade of the weapon, then at the seam of the door. "Let's crack this can open," he chuckled. Crawling under the ship, Blaster wedged the dagger into a seam between the door and the hull, grunting and straining as he tried to pry an opening large enough for him to at least slip his hands into. Fortunately, the old ship had little hydraulic force to resist him. The door eventually popped open, and the ramp fell down to the floor with a loud metallic slam. "Blaster, are you okay?" Ratris shouted upon seeing Blaster disappear behind the ramp as it fell. Blaster crawled out from behind it, giving a thumbs up at Ratris. "Just fine." He stood up and dusted himself off, then walked around in front of the ramp and stared into the dark interior of the starship welcoming him within. He turned on his helmet's spotlight, then commanded the Crusaders with him to do the same. "Soldiers, lights! Ratrius, I guess your floaty rune thing will work," he shrugged, looking over his shoulder at her. Ratrius folded her arms and smirked. Blaster smiled back before returning his attention to the ship interior. "Now, we don't know what we'll find in here, so be on your guard. No panicking, and watch your step. Everyone ready?" The Crusaders and Ratrius all nodded. "Good. Now let's see what she looks like." Blaster winked at Ratrius. "On the inside." Ratrius' ears tensed up and she felt her cheeks blush. Did he just... No. He wouldn't have meant it like that. Not Blaster. Not a knight. Even so, knowing Blaster, it was probably just an awkward joke he was already internally beating himself up for saying. Nevertheless, as she followed the Crusaders up the ramp, she found it kind of nice to see him so excited for once, in contrast to the last time she spoke with him. Though her mind was still very much aware of their dire situation, it comforted her that others were able to take their minds off of it, even if only for a little while. Exploring the ship, a lost piece of Clepathian history, it was a good field trip for them, and especially for him, Blaster. Blaster already found his eyes darting around the interior of the ship like a kid in a toy store, analyzing every detail he could. Unlike modern Clepathian ships, this one seemed designed to be flown by a full crew. Many cockpit-like stations nestled on the port and starboard walls following the gradual curvature of the ship. Strangely, he saw no bodies, but plenty of evidence left behind told tales of many past adventures shared by the ship's crew. A writing utensil on a clipboard, a travel mug overturned near a station, oil stains in the shape of Clepathian paw prints near the engine room, all subtle descriptors building a story. The Crusaders with him fanned out, exploring the ship. Ratrius stayed with Blaster on the main lower deck as he searched carefully. He didn't know what he came here to seek anymore. In this moment, he was just an explorer, seeking whatever piqued his curiosity. On the floor, a strange device caught his eye, and he picked it up to inspect it. It was like a cylinder with a crank on top and two nozzles coming out the bottom, some sort of dispenser with the labeling still on it. It was the label of a company now long forgotten, one from a civilization the Clepathian people once had before they even touched the Blazing Sun galaxy. Blaster set it down gently, turning his attention now to the bow of the ship. He made his steps slow and with great care, feeling as if he tread upon a sacred ground, or a graveyard. Shining his light around the walls, the marks of internal damage wrote a tale of strife, scorching and small perforations in the inner hull. Upon inspecting these closer, his armor's computer determined them to be simple heat scoring made from photon focusing and projectile impacts of 530 joules across a centimeter impact point. His eyes widened as he made the realization, turning to look at Ratrius. "Lasers and bullets," Blaster exclaimed just above a whisper. Ratrius approached where Blaster pointed on the wall. These are signs of lasers and simple projectile weapons being fired inside the ship. Lasers of all things. Can you believe that? He laughed, amused at the notion. Lasers today are used for mining at most. They can't even scratch the surface of basic low-grade body armor in the modern day. But why? Blaster raised a brow at her, or Ratrius questioned. Blaster raised a brow at her, pausing for a second before replying. Well, modern-day body armor is made of... No, not that. Why would there be weapons fire inside the ship? She shook her head, squinting at the impact marks. Blaster returned his attention to the impact marks as well, now with more focus. For a moment, lost in his own excitement, he nearly forgot where he was. Maybe their command structure fell apart as hope ran out, or they started to fight each other. Or perhaps they may have been shooting at something else. Ratrius folded their arms and shrugged. Then, Blaster's short-range communicator buzzed with the voice of one of the Crusaders. Sir, we may have found something interesting on the upper decks. Cargo, lots of metals and gems, along with stacks of paper we can only assume is old money. Smugglers, then, Blaster inferred. Most likely, the Crusader replied. The reason we believe that is, well, we found bodies. You'd better come check this out for yourself. Blaster nearly gasped, glancing at Ratrius and hurrying past her towards the stairs at the rear. I'm on my way, he responded. Climbing up the rear stairs, he entered what appeared to be the flight deck of the starship, evident by the dusty windows letting light in from the outside. The Crusaders gathered around something lying on the floor, something large, and Blaster joined with them. They parted aside, allowing him to look, and there on the floor lied the bodies of 3 alien, yet familiar creatures. Blaster blinked, unaware of what he saw at first. One of the creatures had the body like a Clepathian, but its head bore a long, almost canine snout, and its long ears swept upward and back. The old fur on its dehydrated corpse a brown color with blue spots along its sides as opposed to dark gray or black. The second creature, a female by the looks of it, had a head and ears like a normal Clepathian, but the body was different. Her hands bore not 3 large clawed digits of a Clepathian, but small dexterous fingers. Likewise, her feet were smaller, with only 3 small clawed toes, and her tail split in 2 midway down the length. Finally, the last of them was the most drastic, almost saurian in shape, with large digitigrade legs having long clawed feet and a large tapering tail. They were almost like Lacta in shape, albeit having 4 toes instead of 3. This one's head had a long snout like the first, but the ears were truly massive even for Clepathians, draping down the full length of its back where it lay. All 3 of the bodies bore some resemblance to modern Clepathians, but at the same time, they were so alien. Their bodies, dehydrated and famished, made it difficult to fully understand what they looked like in life, but otherwise they were perfectly preserved. Blaster put his hand on the shoulder of the Crusader next to him. Get these bodies loaded up into the occupied medical bay. I want these studied and preserved for klepathologists back home. Oh, and do be careful. They're probably quite fragile after all this time. On it, sir. Seta, Rusty, help me with this. The Crusader relayed orders, his team assisting him in preparing the bodies for moving. Blaster watched them, unable to take his eyes off the dead. Out of the corner of his vision, he noticed Ratrius walking up the stairs towards him, mostly by the perpetual glowing violet rune floating above her head. She stood next to him and stared down at the bodies as well, watching as the Crusaders transported the first out of the ship after loading it on the stretcher. Blaster muttered a whisper. Ancestors. I never thought they'd look so different. It's as if they're a different species entirely. All 3 of them, Ratrius commented. And yet, we have something in common with each of them. Blaster turned his head to look at Ratrius. Ratrius stared at him. It's a discovery that may forever change how we look at our ancient history. So much of it is still lost to time, but this... Blaster then felt her hand over top of his, her fingers grasping between his... is a mystery finally laid to rest. You're part of history being made, Blaster. You know that, right? They'll know your name for millennia to come, and beyond. Blaster looked down at her hand, holding his, then closed his fingers around hers and smiled. Yeah, I guess they will. However, his smile slowly faded, and his eyes grew distant. Something wrong? Ratrius questioned. Blaster shook his head. What does it matter? We'll never make it back anyways. Ratrius looked ahead, down at scratchings on the floor of the ship, signs of struggle. In the times when concepts and beliefs we value do not matter anymore, we often find despair. But we can also find freedom. Freedom from judgment. Freedom from the shackles that used to bind us. Do laws exist when no one is around to enforce them? Sometimes it's good to question why we follow the conventions and rules we do, and that we will remind ourselves why we do follow them. She slowly looked up at Blaster with a smile. And sometimes we may find there is no use for them anymore, the old covenant fulfilled and no longer necessary, and thus we must let go. Blaster held up his hand, hers still clasped in it. Are you saying we should break our oaths? Ratrius, you know that's not what I'm suggesting at all. Only that we question which ones are useful, and which ones only hold us back. Ratrius winked at him. Time is not static. Our own evolution proves that. As circumstances change, we must change. The things we've learned throughout our lives fighting the challenges we know like old friends, they don't apply outside of that. With this new challenge, with this new place, we must change and adapt as we did as children to the world so new to us, or be consumed by it. Let go of that which holds us back, open our minds like children again, and temper our childlike creativity with mature faith. If there are any laws which lay ahead, if there are any laws which always have an enforcer, it is the laws of the Lord. Blaster smiled and let out a slight chuckle. And here I thought you were coming on to me. You had me worried for a moment. Well, you're not entirely wrong, Blaster. Ratrius giggled. An oath of chastity we both share, and for what? To avoid distractions and affections that could be used against us. That way, the way I see it, if there is hope of return, if there is no hope of return, we'll have to let go of that. I must confess, now that we're alone again, I do have feelings for you. It could just be the nature of this place bringing out things in me I thought I conquered long ago, but she turned full to face him, taking his hand into both of hers. I don't really care what it is. Feeling weak in his chest, but with a warm energy throughout his body, Blaster closed his hands around hers. As you said, what use are laws, oaths, if no one's around to enforce them, and they don't serve a purpose? I don't think Torrent, Purge, or Sarthia would approve, but here, in times like this, away from prying eyes, he moved closer. We can be ourselves for once. She pressed her head upon his chest and closed her eyes, letting out a sigh. Thank you for understanding. Let's just wait here for a moment, with each other. Moving his arms around her, Blaster held Ratrius close. In the silence, alone together, it felt as if time stood still. He knew he was breaking his oaths, knew what he was doing went against what both of them had been taught, but what did it matter anymore? Who were any of them kidding? They weren't getting out of this place, and the sooner they prepared for that, the sooner they got over themselves, the better. The others, however, were not as open-minded, Blaster knew. It would take time for them to be convinced to let go for the sake of survival and, more than that, living. Until then, the matters between him and Ratrius, would just be their little secret. In this isolation, in this despair of never returning to the life and world he knew, Blaster found a sense of freedom he hadn't felt since he tried to run away that one night so long ago. All his life he'd been bound and tied by laws, oaths, and regulations, but now, for once, Blaster felt like he could breathe clean air. This moment, with budding love in his arms, he never wanted it to end. But as with all things, it too was finite. The ship rocked and shuddered all of a sudden, snapping both of them out of their trance. Blaster gasped and looked around. What's going on out there? He noticed the interior of the old ship had gone completely dark, light from the hangar no longer entering through the windows. Turning on his helmet light again, he aimed it out the window and saw that the hangar had indeed gone black. Then, he felt lighter than air, all of the weight in his body suddenly nothing. He and Ratrius slowly floated into the air. Gravity's offline. Blaster shook his head. Ratrius braced her hands against the ceiling. Well, what do we do? Blaster opened his communicator to Torrent. Torrent, do you read? Already on it. We've got power outages in your location in the medbay. I've sent someone down to the secondary engineering to take a look. Just hang in there, Torrent replied. Blaster repeated Torrent's words to Ratrius. Power outage. They're working on it. Well, we should get out of here anyways. This old ship might collapse when it comes back online. Ratrius nodded. Only problem is how difficult it is to be in zero gravity with a chainmail robe on. She let out an awkward laugh, her hands grabbing the robe at her thighs to prevent it from flowing up and revealing too much. Blaster nodded at her and held up his finger. I have an idea for that. I'll lead. You can grab onto me. Whatever happened to ladies first? She jabbed. The joke, however, seemed to also disobey gravity as it floated right over Blaster's head. Well, given the circumstances with your clothing malfunctions, I don't think you'd want anyone behind you. Turning about, Blaster slowly maneuvered through the ship, using the various seats, supports, and other structures to grab and kick off of. He felt Ratrius' hand fasten around his tail, pulling her as she tried to keep her robe restrained with the other hand. Down through the ship, and finally out into the hangar, they floated. Fortunately, the ancient vessel hadn't lifted much off the ground in the lack of gravity. Unfortunately, darkness still fell upon everything, and so too did an oddly cold chill. Within the hangar, Blaster saw two lights shining several meters away, recognizing them as the shoulder lights of two Crusaders, the other three having left for the medbay with the old corpses. Blaster activated the magnets on the heels of his greaves and aimed his legs at the ground, locking his feet onto the floor in spite of the lack of gravity. The other Crusaders had already done the same, but Ratrius had no such technology, and kept her grip on Blaster's tail. Blaster, sir, one of the Crusaders shouted upon seeing the two of them. What's the situation? Oh my goodness. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Lacta. I stream from Wednesday to Sunday, do art on Wednesdays, various things throughout the week. We're doing some reading today. Hydrate, stretch. Okay, fine. Okay. Hello. We're doing some reading today. Let me give you a shout out here. Cult of the Lamb. Hope you had fun. Where was I? Blaster, sir, one of the Crusaders shouted upon seeing two of them. What's the situation? Blaster replied as he approached. Power outage. They're working on it. Our orders are to stay put until it... He paused and trailed off, eyeing his HUD's radar display. Comes back on. Ratrius noticed his sudden pause. What happened? Strange. For a moment I thought I saw something moving around behind us. Other than you, of course. Blaster shook his head and sighed. The two Crusaders eyed him, then looked at each other, both clearly very tense. Blaster took his rifle off his back and slowly looked around, his helmet's light a narrow beam of vision piercing the inky blackness. The temperature continued to drop. He felt his extremities grow cold, yet oddly the thermometer of his HUD did not show the temperature moving at all. This wasn't right. He checked for errors, refreshing the display and running a diagnostic, but his suit still reported what should have been a comfortable room temperature. His hands and feet were almost started to grow numb. The Crusaders and Ratrius started to shiver, yet no breath vapor accompanied their exhales. They needed no words between them to confirm the question they all asked themselves. What was going on here? Absolutely demolished Spider Island. Also, cultists were more in need of kindergarten teacher than ever. Cool. I'll be addressing most chat messages between chapters. Otherwise, it breaks the flow of the story. Instinctively, they all grouped together, their backs to one another, knowing deep in their very bones that something, perhaps someone, was here, watching them. Blaster shined his light across the hull of the ancient ship not far from them, suspicions growing in his mind as if there was some curse for disturbing a gravesite. He shook off the thought, knowing it was nonsense, but he could not deny the very real sense of being watched from deep within these shadows. And he wasn't alone in this feeling either. The Crusaders drew their rifles as well. Blaster held up her hands, wielding glowing golden spheres of magic in her palms. And then he felt it. Like a ripple and crack of his own consciousness, Blaster felt himself fade in and out of time for a brief moment, and from that he knew who was here, having felt this before. Blaster whispered to the others, "He's here." Frozen still as ice, only the sweat rolling down his face moved on Blaster's body. He wanted to move, wanted to run, wanted to scream, but his own dread of the unknown nature of this horror paralyzed him, not knowing if action would help or hurt them. What did he do? What could he do? He didn't know. Against this new shade of death, he felt hopeless to even try and figure out how to overcome it. He'd fought demons, he'd fought criminals, toppling entire regimes just by assassinating the head of their leadership, but this was a foe no shot or shell could stop. This was an alpha predator, something which knew of its outright supremacy over mortal kind, and now they stood in its domain. But why didn't it attack? He knew it was here, knew he couldn't stop it, so why didn't it just kill them? Maybe, Blaster considered, it was all in the mind. Maybe this creature wasn't as terrifying as it convinced him. Blaster closed his eyes and remembered Ratreus' prior words. What codes were useful here? What wasn't? Eternally, the guidance of the Creator was useful, and upon that, Blaster drew his courage and reason. This creature wielded fear as its blade, stabbed firmly into the hearts of all four of them. Blaster intended to rip it out. His fingers slowly crept over the trigger of his rifle as his eyes peeled open, his senses guided by faith and reason. Ratreus at his side drew upon the same, and slowly their eyes looked to the left, but neither shined a light. Blaster hesitated, knowing not if he could comprehend looking upon that horror he knew stood but only a few feet away from them in the blackness, staring at them. Still, it was either he fought it, or died like a coward. He turned his head slowly, his eyes fixed through the scope of his gun, his finger on the trigger. Inch by inch, his spotlight moved onto nothing. There was nothing there. Blaster blinked and lowered his rifle in disbelief, confused for a second, but that second came and went with the beat of a heart. Suddenly, the lights and gravity returned to the hangar like a flashbang in the night, and there, standing directly to his left, he saw it! The creature, the fallen angel, stood merely a few feet away. Blaster let out a panicked scream as he blindly fired a shot in its direction, but just as the muzzle of his gun flashed with energy, the creature vanished, leaving behind nothing but a puff of strange, smoky magic. Blaster looked to the others, their pupils narrow and widened eyes, their mouths agape and ears tensed in terror. This was no hallucination. With trembling hands and shivering breaths, Blaster reflexed into action, fumbling to contact Torrent on the bridge. "Torrent!" "Yes, Blaster, we saw the power," Torrent started, but Blaster interrupted him. "Intruder! We've got an intruder on board!" he shouted, his words stumbling over each other as they all tried to spill out at once. Torrent immediately replied, "Get yourselves to the bridge now! Everyone, at alert! Blaster, keep your comms open! On it! Everyone, with me! To the teleporter!" Blaster waved for the others to follow, breaking off into a mad dash out of the hangar towards the teleporter. Blaster reached it first, kneeling down and aiming his rifle back down the corridor to provide cover for the others as they caught up. Fortunately, the fallen angel did not yet return, the Crusaders and Ratreus making it safely inside. "Go! Go!" Blaster shouted at them. Ratreus shouted back, "What about you?" "I've got to check on the others at medbay. Their power dropped as well," Blaster replied. Ratreus shook her head, and Blaster blinked and nodded at her. "I'll be fine. Now get up there!" The doors closed behind Blaster, and he heard the buzzing of the teleporter as it transported his allies away, then opened its doors again. Blaster kept his eyes on the corridor before him, checking one last time before he glanced over his shoulder and stepped backwards into the teleporter. He dialed in coordinates to the medbay deck, and in a flash of light, found himself transported alone into another empty corridor. Sprinting forth with rifle in hand, Blaster alone made a dash towards the medbay, the same places where those 3 corpses were sent. His helmet buzzing with a transmission from Torrent. "Blaster, I told you to get up here. What are you doing? I've got to make sure the others are safe," Blaster replied. Torrent hissed in frustration. "Blaster, you can't defend them against that thing. It's too much for any of us. If you were in my position, you'd do the same. Now shut up and let me be useful for once." Blaster snapped, suddenly shutting off his communications when he realized what he just said. He knew he'd have to deal with that later, but for now, his duty as a knight called to him, his oath to protect others. After rounding a corner to the left, then down another to the right, Blaster found himself facing the medbay doors. Blaster didn't so much as hesitate, hip-firing his rifle straight into the lock at the center seam of the door, the concentrated light impacting with a burst of fire and molten metal. Upon reaching the doors, he focused his armor's shielding into his hands, allowing him to grab the molten opening and force the door open. Storming inside, he found no one. No one was here. No Crusaders. Sarthia too was missing, and so were the old corpses. Blaster kept his rifle shouldered, sweeping his aim around the room. "Cowardly creatures, show yourself!" he snarled. "So superior to us, yet you hide like a rodent in the walls. I'm tired of this. Why don't you get it over with? Why don't you just kill us like you did with Purge? His growls arose into a scream. Still, there was no response. Where was it? Where was it? Where were they? And in his enraged confusion mixed with panic, he only just noticed the small pip on the radar of his HUD, standing right behind him. Blaster gasped as he whirled around, but he was too close and too late. It was one of the corpses, the larger digitigrade of the three, somehow walking as if alive, and now with its cold hands fast around Blaster's throat. Blaster dropped his rifle as he clawed at the fingers around his neck, struggling for air, but this thing's grip seemed as strong as the black holes of the twilight expanse. The corners of his vision began to darken as he stared into those empty eyes, glaring into his with the cold apathy of its white pupils and dark sclera, the face of death awakened only to drag his soul to hell with it. He felt his limbs grow tired and heavy, his efforts to break free weaker and weaker, until he heard a loud metallic bang and felt himself falling to the floor. Hacking and coughing on his hands and knees, Blaster gasped for air with mouth agape, then quickly remembered that he wasn't out of danger yet. Quickly reaching for his rifle, Blaster rolled backwards and onto his rear, the gun aimed up at the chest of the creature now wrestling with someone else. Out of sheer reflex, he adjusted the beam of his rifle to a broad, non-penetrating shockwave, the walking corpse looking over its shoulder at Blaster as Blaster took aim, its cold, hateful expression dropping with its eyes widening in fear. "Rest in pieces," Blaster whispered as he pulled the trigger, a wide blast of light sent forth from his rifle. The entire corpse's upper body instantly vaporized in an explosion of searing light, bits of its extremities flying to opposite sides of the room, leaving only a smoking pair of legs and its tail standing in place. Disturbingly, the legs tried to walk as if still alive, before stumbling to the ground, the tail twitching one last time, and finally dying, for the second time. Blaster stood up and lowered his rifle, seeing Sarthia standing before him taking deep, panicked breaths. "Sarthia! Are you alright? What happened? Why was this corpse moving? You think I understand this any more than you do?" She snapped at him, but then stared for a moment before softening her expression. She shook her head at the remains of the reanimated corpse, and the heavy metal conduit pipe next to it she used to save Blaster. "Sorry, it just happened so suddenly." "What happened?" Blaster questioned, but she didn't respond at first. "Sarthia, you need to tell me what happened if I'm to help you. Where are the others?" Then, from out of hiding in the equipment lockers on the wall, the three Crusaders slowly appeared. Blaster turned to face them. "Why didn't you defend yourselves? Are you kidding? Against a thing that can raise the dead?" One of the Crusaders scoffed. "That thing's already twice our height, and who knows what ungodly power it possesses." "Fair point. Probably better that you hid." Blaster nodded, looking down at the corpse's remains. "So it came here and raised the corpses from the dead. Not even demons can do that." Sarthia shook her head. "I didn't think it was even possible. If it's true, then the very thing we know about the nature of souls is we can worry about metaphysics later." Blaster placed his hand on her shoulder, reaffirming her focus. "Right now, I need to know what it did, where it went. Where are the other two bodies?" Another of the Crusaders spoke up, pointing to his right. "It went back towards the teleporter after reanimating them. It left the one you blew apart here to deal with us. Or maybe you." "Did it say anything about where it was going?" Blaster questioned. All four of them, Sarthia and the Crusaders, eyed each other before shaking their heads. Sarthia looked down and away out of shame. "All I could hear was screaming, whispering. It was so hushed yet so loud. It's like it took over our minds, made us hear other things. I saw its mouth move, but I couldn't tell what it said." "Looks like I'll have to find out," Blaster concluded. "The rest of you, follow me. I'll get you to the teleporter and you guys can get to the bridge with everyone else." Another of the Crusaders stepped forward, concern on his face. "But sir, you're not coming?" "No, I'm going to do what I do best." Blaster waved for them to follow as he stepped over the corpse and towards the door. Sarthia questioned him. "And that is?" Blaster looked over his shoulder at her as he reloaded his rifle. "Hunt." The others, seeing no reason to stay here, followed Blaster all the way back to the teleporter. Fortunately, no more corpses attacked them along the way. Unfortunately, them and Blaster still had two to deal with. He stayed outside as the others entered the teleporter, then spoke to them as the doors started to close. "Oh, and tell Steele I'll be fine. I bet he's already worrying up a storm." In truth, he didn't know if he'd be fine or not. All he knew was that there was one of those useful oaths. All he knew was that this was one of those useful oaths Ratrius talked about earlier. The oath to protect others of blood and banner all knights were bound to. Things like an oath of silence, oaths of humility, and even oaths of chastity, they didn't matter here, not against this foe, but saving lives and putting his own fear aside for his duty to his kin, country, and creator, that's what mattered to him. Soon, after the teleporter sent the Crusaders and Sarthia to safety, the teleporter doors opened again. Blaster stepped inside, then switched the control over to display the last 10 uses. They seemed fairly normal, except for one, a teleport to the Northern Wind's communication array. Blaster didn't understand. What would a creature with the power to be anywhere at any time in this place need with a starship communication array? There was only one way to find out, he knew, so he followed the fallen angel. With a press of a button, a flash of light enveloped him, and when it faded, he knew he was in the communication center of the ship. He didn't open the door yet, however, unsure of what awaited on the other side. Fear paralyzed him for a moment as he held his rifle in his hands, his mouth going dry and suddenly feeling so uncomfortable in his own skin. Already he could hear its hefty steps thudding on the other side. Then, however, he imagined everyone he knew and the danger all of them were in with this creature roaming around on board. Then, however, he imagined everyone he knew and the danger all of them were in with this creature roaming around on board. He imagined Torrent, Steel, and others all suffering from its hands, all becoming horrible walking corpses. He bit his lower lip and took a step back, the panic once again setting in and destroying all courage he had, until he imagined Ratrius too among the living dead. He let out a slight gasp and opened his eyes. In that greater terror of his own inaction, his fear suddenly quieted, and he stood up straight with a determined focus. He needed a plan. Didn't know where he was, or didn't know he was here. If it did, what would he do? He considered a stealthy approach would be better than shooting the first thing he saw. Mustering as much courage as he could, Blaster opened the doors, finding himself greeted by a great heptagonal room filled with conduits, cables, and server blades all arranged around a massive central pylon. A great blue beam of order magic energy ran through its center, giving off enough light to illuminate the whole chamber, and cast the great black shadow of the fallen angel over him. Putting his skills in stalking the most dangerous prey to use, he gently placed his foot on the floor before him, putting great care into each step to not make a single sound. The fallen angel stood as tall as Locta, judging by the two reanimated corpses on its left and right, about 10 feet from head to toe. Its great folded wings cloaked its back, and its tail swayed in a carefree motion as if its owner were amused at something. Fortunately, its back remained turned to Blaster, and Blaster used this opportunity to hide behind one of the giant server blades. He glanced left and right, his back to the server as he inched along it now, trying to get closer to maybe hear something. If it was at the communications array, perhaps it was sending a message, Blaster figured. Closer and closer he crept, his eyes unblinking, his ears perked and listening for the slightest odd vibration of the air around him. Closer and closer, his breath drew slower until his chest nearly froze still, not wanting to risk being heard. His eyes darted back and forth between his radar and his surroundings, until eventually he ran out of server blade left to hide behind. If he exposed himself, he'd be spotted. But then what could he do? The fallen angel clearly needed, or at least wanted, the hardware here for something, so perhaps the best course of action would be to, at the very least, deny its access to it. He checked the display on his rifle scope, then adjusted the dial at the back of the receiver to tune the shot for high precision. All he needed was to destroy the access console. He knew he'd be spotted, and would probably only get one chance before they inevitably killed him, but for the sake of his comrades, his brothers, and Ratrius, he believed it worth it. Blaster slowly shouldered his rifle, taking a deep and slow breath while closing his eyes, and then letting out an equally slow exhale. This was it. Like a bolt of lightning, Blaster immediately rounded the corner with rifle in hand. He took aim and did not see the fallen angel or its living dead. He blinked twice in disbelief, then approached the console with a swift yet cautious pace. Blaster took a look at the screen, unsure what to make of what the fallen angel scanned for. Thump, thump. Heavy steps against the metal floor approached from behind. Time stood still as his fur stood on end. His ears dropped and his eyes widened. The overwhelming dread threatened to rob him of consciousness, the edges of his vision darkening in sheer terror as he heard those footsteps. Blaster whirled about and took aim at the creature, but before he could get a shot off, the fallen angel kicked the rifle from Blaster's hands. Blaster reached for the dagger in his satchel and hurled it at the beast, only to see it caught between the claws of the creature's right hand. The fallen angel looked down at the dagger, barely a letter opener in size to it, and tossed it aside with such a force it embedded into the solid titanium wall far to the left where Blaster stood. Panicking now, Blaster backpedaled away from the creature, nearly slipping and falling over the railing around the middle energy shaft. He looked down the hole behind him, a fall that could last hours, then back up at the fallen angel and managed to squeeze out a few words through the dread clamping his throat. What do you want from us? Why don't you just kill us and get it over with? Finally, Blaster heard the creature speak, a terrible, otherworldly voice between the deep rumbling of earthquakes and the maddened whispers echoing over cold mountains shrieked into his soul. You're more useful to me alive. For now. The fallen angel reached its hand forth, placing it on Blaster's head. Suddenly, Blaster's vision dimmed, his hearing muffled, and from the white nothingness he saw everything. All of it. From the birth of the universe to the fiery kiln of the first sunrise over the first world, he witnessed the lifetimes of quadrillions of creatures, the first signs of life forming and multiplying, evolving, devouring, dying, birthing again and again and again. Billions upon billions of years passed before him, stars forming and exploding, creatures arising and going extinct, civilizations forming and collapsing in the blink of an eye, and all the while he felt as if every particulate making up his soul were being agonizingly torn apart at a level deeper than the tiniest fragment of reality. His spirit could not comprehend all of it, as if the entire ocean of reality poured into his tiny soul. As the agonizing recollection of reality told through his own genetic and molecular history spilled its secrets to the fallen angel, Blaster began to recognize some things he saw. The Clopathians, the Blazing Sun Galaxy, the H&T, Lacta, Purge. Like jumping from fire into frigid ice water, Blaster snapped into reality again. His senses returned to him. Yet all he could do was kneel over and writhe in a fetal position on his side as every nerve in his body screamed in residual agony. So that's what's happened in the universe all this time. Seems I've missed so much. The Creator's been busy, but so have I. Thanks for sharing. The fallen angel smirked and approached the communications console. Blaster tried to muscle through the pain as RNS stepped past him, trying to get to his feet to stop the creature, but the moment he got to his hands and knees, all he could do was vomit up a vile black substance tasting of putrid death. It burned his throat like fiery nails, so painful he couldn't even scream. All he could do was whimper, tremble, and watch. His brain felt on fire all the way down to his spine, all still trying to remember what he just saw, but each second saw billions of years forgotten as he couldn't contain it all. It was like losing a dream upon waking up, but like a dream, some of the most vivid parts remained. One thing from all of this remained, and it was a memory not found anywhere in the code of Blaster's soul. It was the fallen angel's name, Aranesk. Aranesk, Blaster groaned through wheezing breaths. Aranesk turned and looked down at him, a cross between disgust and curiosity on his face. Your name is Aranesk, croaked Blaster. Aranesk stooped down, grinning at Blaster with a face like a twisted mockery of his holy king. Yes, I want you to remember it, Invisible One. I want my name to burn hatred into your soul when your dead eyes gaze into the last sunrise on your kind's dying existence. My time, the time of the fallen, is coming. My cage will soon be unlatched, and my son, which you have brought to me, is key. For that, I will grant you a few more vain days of life to spare. Aranesk stood up straight and let out a vile laugh. Enjoy them while you can, for no mortal usurper has ever bested me. Your friends will fail, and all who resist will fail, and not even you will be able to hide from me forever. Until we meet again, Blaster. In the blink of an eye, as if he were never there, Aranesk vanished in a puff of smoky magic. The undead which once stood at his side suddenly fell lifeless again. All the pain and weakness once crippling Blaster faded away in seconds. Blaster slowly stood, alone now, but without any solace in it. He felt only residual dread and shame for the failure. He should have shot the console when he had that chance, should have taken a dive into the bottomless pit instead of allowing Arnest to pull that information from him. Blaster clenched his fists at his side and stomped his right foot in frustration. Damn it! He cursed himself. Knowing the knowledge relinquished from him could very well spell the end of all life if what that fallen angel said was true. Given the power it demonstrated, it shouldn't be capitalized, Blaster had little reason to believe otherwise. However, equally disturbing to him was the mention of Aranest's son. Aranest mentioned Blaster returned it to him, but the only absent one they traveled here with was Purge. Blaster whispered the conclusion aloud. No, it couldn't have been true. The fallen angel had to be confused. Maybe Purge tricked him somehow. Blaster felt the panic returning, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, holding it for a moment to restrain himself. That wasn't important now. What was important was finding out what Arnest wanted and informing the others. Blaster approached the console, poring over the fallen angel's entries and searches within it, and found coordinates located around 50,000 light years away. Blaster figured that if Arnest wanted something there, and if the fate of mortal kind was on the line, then it was best they beat that fiend to it. Hurrying to retrieve his rifle from the other end of the room, Blaster gave it a quick check, fortunately undamaged. He stowed it on his back, but left the dagger behind, the blade too impossible to pull from the wall. Running to the teleporter now, Blaster mentally braced himself for the bombardment of shouting and questioning from those on the bridge. He briefly considered not telling them, briefly wanted to pretend that nothing significant happened here, not wanting to put his comrades in danger by warring against Arnesk. But the time of Blaster the Coward had long grown stale. It was time to show Aranesk that, as a knight, he did not run from evil, did not make peace with evil. He destroyed evil, one headshot at a time. However, one string of words still froze against the back of Blaster's mind. Aranesk called him Invisible One. After all the things Blaster experienced in his life, Blaster could not help but wonder if there was significance to this, or if Aranesk were merely using his greatest fears and doubts against him. From the rising of the dead to the inversion of selves, he didn't know what to trust in this false reality anymore. Alright, there ends chapter 14. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We're going to be moving on to chapter 15 here soon. Kind of a long chapter. That one took a while. Take a sip of coffee here. Take a slight little shorter break. Questions, comments, critiques, I don't know. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Just let myself catch my breath is all. Just before we proceed ahead. There we go. A few short breaths. Alright, continuing where chapter 14 ended, where Purge was left in Sanctuary after Aranesk saved him and then escorted him back. Chapter 15, Eclipse. Let's see what Purge is happening with Purge. Because though I may have raised you, though I may care deeply for you, I have no blood ties to you. Locta's voice echoed through Purge's mind. Purge reached his hand out towards him, a silhouette against a blinding light, but as if moving in quicksand. Please, don't do it. Don't let me go, he begged, unable to move himself, unable to carry himself without him. Locta, however, shook his head and turned away. As much as I'd like to protect you from it, that which is the very source of your frustrations, I know it will only make things worse for you, for both of us. For a long time when you were young, I thought I could get rid of it, teach you to outgrow or forget it, but I was a fool then. As you grew, I saw it grow within you too, its covert power rivaling your overt self, and I know I am a hypocrite for trying to bury the truth within you. Even those who trained under you reflect this in some way, and that's when I realized you should have been shown this much sooner. But I was still afraid you weren't ready to face it. A deep blackness opened up behind Purge, and he felt himself being pulled in. Purge looked behind him in terror, struggling against the maw of darkness, and once more looked to the light, looked to Lakta for salvation. The fading light ahead, the light of Lakta, spoke once more, the voice fading more and more into the distance with each word. With the events which recently unfolded in the twilight expanse, I believe it may be a sign that it's something long overdue. A punishment, perhaps. Blood on my hands for the sins I've committed not against the Creator, but against you, carrying with it a warning of what's to come if I don't atone. I don't want to do this to you. I still don't think you're ready, but we both know it wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong. Now, I worry we're all going to pay the price for my own hesitancy. A deep growling crescendoed behind him, rising into a chorus of mocking laughter. Purge looked behind again, seeing hands around his ankles and tail, and in the center of the grinning teeth and dead pale eyes grinned the face of Aranesk. Purge could struggle no more against it, falling over and screaming as the blackness swallowed him whole, screaming himself awake. Purge gasped a short breath upon feeling his senses return to him, his eyelids slowly peeling open against the blood encrusted upon them. He felt like a stone. His limbs did not want to move, only wanting to rest. Looking up, Purge saw the darkness of the forest canopy greeting him once again, and deep remorse stirred in his gut. Even if only for a brief moment, he saw locked in his home and his dreams, and wished to return there, wished to sleep forever. But he couldn't, for all dreams in this place turned to nightmares. Against the will of his aching arms and legs, Purge stood up and looked about. He remembered that he left his hammer somewhere deep in the forest, but even then, what use was it now? He couldn't run, couldn't fight. This forest and Aranesk always caught up to him eventually, and the only way out was one of following Aranes's path. He hoped his allies, his friends, would have found a way by now. Surely the only way out of this place didn't involve reuniting a fallen angel with that which gave them much of their power. Then again, Purge considered as he realized his food ration storage was empty. Maybe it was. This place was a prison, after all. A chill in the air brushed over Purge from above, and he did not so much as flinch nor tense up at the sight of Aranesk now, numb to the pain it brought him. The fallen angel descended before him upon his great black wings, greeting Purge with a smile. "Glad to see you stayed put this time. I worried I might have to rescue you again." Purge folded his arms. "So, did you at least make their deaths quick?" Aranesk tilted his head in confusion. "Don't play dumb with me. The least you owe me is the truth," Purge grumbled, his eyes to the ground. Aranesk stepped towards him. "And the truth is that the only thing I've ever given... and the truth is the only thing I've ever given. Your friends are unharmed. I simply sneaked aboard their ship, found some information from the ship's devices, and left. Granted, I was found out. Skulking in the shadows has never been the way of a warrior angel." "You were spotted?" Purge looked up at him, curious. Aranesk folded his arms. "Yes, the one you call Blaster. Had it been any other, I would have known. But he is difficult for me to perceive, as you know. He found me, traced my path, and he and I had an exchange." He looked up to the sky and smirked. "What did you do to him?" Purge raised his voice into a hoarse growl, his fists clenched into fits of rage. "If I find out that you..." Holding his hands out with palms forward, Aranesk took a step back and shook his head. "Calm yourself. I did nothing to harm him. He is intact, soul and flesh, without a scratch on him. We simply exchanged some information, and I left." Purge slowly unclenched his jaw and his fists, calmed by this news. "Good. He's always been special to me. All three of them have, but Blaster is... well, getting over his hardships was a challenge for us both, and in that we grew close as a father would a son." Arnes finished Purge's statement for him. Purge glanced up at Arnes, pausing for a moment before nodding. Yes. How coincidental, that's exactly what I'm starting to feel now in my struggles to help you. Arnes leaned on his shoulder against a nearby tree, plucking a plump green fruit from its leaves and taking a bite. Purge felt his stomach growl at the sight and sound of the crisp, juicy bite, but made no mention of it, not wanting to show weakness. True coincidences are rare, Purge contested. So they are, but not impossible. Arnes shrugged, his mouth half full of fruit. Speaking of the impossible, it's not getting any more possible to leave this place as long as you sit here undecided. Have you made a decision yet? Will you accept who you are and help me? Purge gave Arnesk a long, discerning stare, those otherworldly eyes difficult to see through. He always was good at finding the guilty and liars, but Arnesk either hid nothing or hid it in ways Purge could not hope to perceive. Every part of him knew there had to be something here Arnesk wasn't telling him, but so far, all his attempts to pry it out of Arnesk through dialogue fail. I can't make that decision unless you can assure me my friends and my nation will not be harmed by you. Or me. Rolling his eyes, Arnes sighed and tossed the core of the consumed fruit aside. You know I can't guarantee that. The H&T has made creatures like me kill on-site matter, and even if they don't, they will hunt me to the end of time. You know this better than anyone, because you've done it. How many demons have you pursued even when they retreated, Demon Slayer? How many times has your crusade ever given up on eliminating the presence of what they perceive as evil? Never, of course, and they never will. Even if we run, we will be forced to defend ourselves, and with Lakta himself knowing what power we fallen angels possess, he will not make it easy to come out alive. Now also leaning against a tree, Purge folded his arms and squinted at Arnesk. I'm not sure I agree with you. Is that so? Arnes' four ears flexed as he listened. Purge nodded. If what you say is true, if I really am your son, then that means I'd carry your blood, yes? Perhaps not physically, not as you are, but yes, you would carry a certain part of me with you. Arnes looked away, a slight irritation growing on his face. Purge held up a finger and nodded. Right, yet Lakta, the very king of the H&T you so despise to even speak of, has not only let me into his nation, not only made me one of his elite soldiers, but even has me close to his side as someone he considers family to him. He then started to pace left and right in front of Arnesk, staring at him as he laid down his argument. Furthermore, take a look at Silthrasa. For over 25,000 years, Silthrasa has been a servant of hell, the corruption running so deep that Silthrasa's very soul is now both mortal and demonic in nature, inseparably so. Yet now Lakta keeps him as close as he keeps me. Arnes growled. We've been over this before. He only keeps you close and showers you with affection because he knows how dangerous you can be with beating him in his holy crusade unshackled. I know you have your preconceptions, but I'd wager I know Lakta better than you do. Purge stood still and faced Arnesk. Arnes scoffed and laughed. Ha! Is that so? Oh, I needed a good laugh. Laugh all you want, but you've been trapped in this prison since the dawn of time, whereas I've been close to him since the day I was born. Purge explained, pointing up and behind him to the night sky. All you've seen are glimpses of the universe, never actually living in it, never experiencing it, and from what I've experienced, there is no one more willing to show mercy and forgiveness to an old foe than Lakta Felthmore. If I had it my way, I probably would have ended up killing many enemies that Lakta ended up forgiving in the end. Horrible people, the kind I thought surely would have been the death of us. But he can see even the smallest good in someone, no matter how much evil they bury it under. If I am fallen angelic in nature, then he's seen past it. Then he's seen past it in me, and if there's a shred of good in you, which I believe there can be, then you too can be forgiven. Just give it a chance. Arnes stared down at him with apathetic, somewhat disappointed eyes, unshaken by Purge's words. My son, I don't think you fully understand just who you speak of. Or rather, what? Without words, Purge blinked and furrowed his brow in angered confusion. Nodding, Arnis stopped leaning against the tree and took a deep breath, looking up to the sky. He gulped as if struggling to find the words, then finally spoke. Purge, I don't know what you know about Lacta, but he's not quite what you think he is. That name he uses, it is just a vector for him to be as one of you, a familiar face serving as a disguise for his nature. Him being the son of the Creator, the thrice incarnate in his name, is not news to me. Purge slowly shook his head. I already know, even though most do not, and I know that he keeps this secret from most for concern of what would happen if his people thought too highly of his nature. Their sense of individual freedom would weaken as they throw all burdens upon him, and they'd become slaves to him. Powerful as he is not infinite. Aranesk, however, shook his head and tensed his lips. Oh, but he is. Purge blinked in shock. He is not just the son of the Creator. Aranesk slowly approached Purge. He is the Creator. His mouth falling open, Purge stared up at Aranesk, then looked away as if trying to escape the sheer blasphemy. To be the son of the Creator is to be inheritor of all the Creator was and will be, Aranesk started to explain. By logical succession, for Creator to have an equal means, this equal must also be him. Ergo, they are both the same, even as individuals. It is a divine mystery, a paradox in your universe, but in reality, it is simply a rule above your universe, not confined by it. Lacta as he is now is the culmination of the Creator's three prime aspects, yet for him to walk among mortals as one of them, he would also have to be mortal. He incarnated 3 times to manifest his full nature, choosing specific times and places where his aspects would be their most potent. These aspects were each their own individuals, their own sins and virtues, as was necessary for them to fulfill what they would later become. As mortal souls are fragments of the Creator's own, made from the shattering of heaven at the peak of our rebellion, these 3 fragments merged to one upon fulfilling themselves, the repentant, the zealot, and the faithful. Thrice the black blood spilled into the universe, thrice its thirst slaked, thrice the grief overturned. Aranesk glared into Purge, reciting a line from the mystic scrolls Purge studied so much. And so 1 was 3, and 3 became 1, begat from the Father, and flesh mortal, a son. His eyes darting left and right, Purge's heart beat faster now. If he's the Creator, then that means he will not tolerate our existence forever. That's the only thing that matters. Aranesk redirected Purge's words. He may be ignorant and weak compared to his father now, but as time marches on, he will learn more and more of what it is to be the Creator, little by little, over the eons. He could not hide you from yourself forever. Thus he sent you here, to my prison, when he knew you would soon find out. Had you stayed there, you would have discovered the truth of your nature eventually, and it would have compelled you against him for his deceptions. You would learn to hate him, and become his greatest nemesis. No, I wouldn't. I can't believe he'd... Purge stammered, stepping backwards. Aranesk doubled down upon him. Lie to you? No, he is the Creator. He does not lie, but there is no lie from a still tongue. However, you also know that he is as much mortal as he is Creator. Thus all the follies and mistakes a mortal can make are his to own as well. You know how reckless he is, how selfish he can seem, and he did this because he fears you. No! Purge turned away and grabbed his ears, not wanting to hear it. Why do you think he sent you here with those closest to you, those you trusted? Aranesk laid on the cold words once more. Aranesk laid on the cold words more and more. He knew that when you learned your nature, you'd turn against him and bring others with you, tearing his nation apart again when they're still recovering from being split asunder 5 centuries ago. Purge gasped, still with his back turned to Aranesk. How do you know about that war? Blaster told me, and he also told me how he'd follow you even if it meant turning against Lacta. I'm sure countless others would as well, and this time the H&T would surely fail. Arnis clenched and shook his right fist. The demons relied upon deception, but you who would be armed with the truth. You always were an embodiment of truth, so why do you cling to lies now? The the truth will set you free, Purge. It'll set us all free. I know you see it. You are not blind. Lacta, the creator, has been shielding himself against you and Sothrasa by keeping you close, and intends to use you as a tool against my kind. Arnis put his hand on Purge's shoulder and calmed his voice. Our kind. He'd have you kill me, kill us all, and when the deed is finally done, what purpose then would you have to him? None. Not as fallen angel, not as what you are, and always were. And so, what? Purge questioned on the edge of sobs now. You'd get free, and you kill them all? Free your brethren, rain vengeance, and enslave everyone? Purge turned around and stepped away from Arnesk. Arnesk shook his head. No. You ever wonder why Lacta never spoke about our kind? It's because we're different. We're not demons. We don't want endless darkness. We're not a collective, and we've all had lots of time to think since our rebellion. I don't care what the other fallen angels want. I don't even know where they are. I just want to be free. With you. But I also want you to know that comes at a price. We will be made enemies of those you once called allies. Perhaps even unforgivable. Arnes stooped down in front of Purge, his hands on his shoulders as he looked him in the eyes. This disgraced face of mine is a difficult one to trust, I know, and you don't have to trust me, but you must trust the truth. The truth would come out sooner or later, and that's one of the few things I will agree with Lacta on. Even if you never came here, you'd uncover your nature, but you'd be alone in that and would lack the guidance to comprehend it. I can help you understand, help you control the dark beast within, because once you embrace the nature within you, you will feel and understand things which you never thought you could. They will make you hate, make you want to kill, destroy those you care about, and the ruin you leave behind will walk with you in a path of guilt bringing only more death and isolation. Arnis grabbed Purge's wrist, forcing Purge's hand upon his chest while staring him into the eyes. It's a path I know well, and one I do not wish you to follow. I faced that pain, learned over grueling eons of miserable suffering. The worlds and monsters you see in this realm are all spawns of my own guilt, envy, and hatred. Looking down and away, Arnes' ears drooped and his eyes winced as if being cut with a blade. He paused for a moment, then looked back up at Purge. But with my help and experience, you won't have to suffer as I did. You can master who you are, control the nature within you. I can't promise that those you care about will not be harmed in our quest to escape, but I can promise that you will suffer from your own nature no more. And I will be in control? Purge questioned with weary eyes and worried breath. Arnes gave a slow, firm nod. You will be in control. Purge looked down at Arnes' chest where his hand remained in place, that faded, ancient angelic armor scarred from billions of years and each mark a tale of a billion battles. He looked down at his own armor. The armor of a noble knight, scarred with its own share of battles, each mark telling its own tale. Like father, like son, they were both warriors. They both fought, both suffered, and now both fell. Both felt betrayed by the Creator at some point or another, looking up to the starry night sky, the pale moon's blank face glaring down from overhead. The entire cosmos judged him in this moment. As much as he wanted to hold on to hope, to believe that his comrades would come through, he knew it would not happen. He closed his eyes and imagined the H&T ships filling the skies, barging down and storming the realm, finding out Aranesk was lying somehow and proving all Purge's fears valid. But in that, he knew such a victory would only delay the inevitable. The answer Purge sought would still be hidden, and Purge would have achieved nothing. Then, Purge felt something placed in his right palm. He opened his eyes and looked down at the object in his hand. It was a fruit, placed there by Aranesk. You are hungry. Eat, Aranes said, standing upright and stepping backwards. Purge looked down at the fruit, cradling it with both hands now. He looked up at Aranes to try and cast judgment, but the defiant pride which carried him so far had all but exhausted. He could run no more, starve for the truth no more. Thus he ate the fruit. His stomach sated, Purge felt something else now. Defeat? Guilt? He didn't know. All he knew was that for him, his battle against that inner nightmarish truth was over, and he was the only victim. The grave opened with corpses of the past self offering room. Abiding his fate, Purge sentenced himself with not a closing argument in defense, but an open question in defeat. Then what must I do? If you are ready, then you must come with me. Aranesk approached and offered his hand to Purge. Purge stared at the open hand welcoming his, but reluctance still gripped him. It was fear of the truth, but without facing the truth, Purge could not move. His friends, more importantly, would forever be trapped. He hoped this fallen angel did not lie, that he would be in control, for if he was not, then all he could ask was that the Creator had mercy on him for the sin he was about to unleash. He reached for Aranes' hand and took it. Aranes held fast to Purge's hand as shadowy gray clouds lowered and swirled around them, laced with colorless ribbons of white light woven in between. The clouds thickened and funneled around them, spiraling faster and faster, but the wind did not blow. Purge didn't understand this magic, looking around at it in confusion, but then when he looked up at the face of Aranesk, all went suddenly black. An immediate nothing raptured Purge's physical sensation, robbing all sight, sound, and touch from him. Slowly, however, his senses returned. First was touch around his wrists and ankles. He felt something clinging tight. Ropes? Vines? He opened his eyes, and that's when his sight returned. He looked up at his left and right arms, seeing green vines wrapped around his wrists, looking down and seeing the same on his ankles. His armor, even his tail cap, were gone, leaving him completely naked in the fur, suspended above a large stone platform engraved with symbols. He recognized. He did not know their meaning, but felt as if he saw them before, the same feeling he got upon seeing the runes he used to track Sorinth and Hell. They were not demonic, but something else. It was then that hearing returned, a muffled nothing slowly sharpening into the crackling fire of bone-fed braziers around him, giving off a ghoulish pale flame glow to his immediate surroundings. But darkness shrouded all else. The colorless fire within the braziers burned as if time slowed and, in a way, Purge felt as if time stood still. He didn't know what was going to happen to him now, but what he did know was that his weakened spirit could not resist. The only thing he could do now was hang his head and pray that the Creator forgive him, pray that Lagta forgive him, and what he knew could be his last prayer ever. His friends, his allies, his brothers would probably never forgive him, but as long as they were safe, that's all that mattered to him. The clacking of large claws stepping upon hard stone echoed from the deep darkness, approaching closer and closer. In the void before him, two tiny slivers of light, the eyes of Aranesk, appeared as he ascended up the stairs and stepped on into the faint light. He stared at Purge for a moment, but then slowly smiled as if proud of Purge. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the truth. What is this? Why have you bound me? Why have you stripped me bare? Purge questioned, pulling at the vines anchoring him to the post suspending him. They pulled back with equal force. Aranesk approached closer. You will no longer need your possessions when the transformation is complete. They will be useless to you. As for the restraints, you will understand when the process begins, I assure you. Transformation? What was Aranesk talking about? Before he could answer any questions, Aranesk summoned a sphere of shadows and pale light in his hands. Now, are you ready? Once you make this decision, there is no going back. I thought this was what you wanted. Purge squinted and shook his head. Aranesk nodded. It is what I want, but I must also ensure it is what you want as well. What is about to occur will not be undone, not by me, nor by you. Your blood, the blood which runs through your spirit, will be freed. It will take your form and alter it to one befitting its nature. The face and body you know as yourself will be transformed, but even this is merely symbolic of accepting your new existence as angel kin, and leaving your mortal self behind. You won't be able to go back, not because you can't, but because you won't want to after the truth is revealed. I ask again, are you ready? Purge hung his Purge hung his head down and sighed, swallowing his guilt. Trading one soul for 20, maybe even more. If that's the price it takes to save my friends and protect my nation. Purge slowly lifted his head, giving a firm stare into Arn's eyes. Then yes, I am ready. Excellent. Now be ready. This is going to hurt. Arnis drew closer, the orb of magic decomposing into tendrils of magic around his palms and fingers as he held his hands forth. He placed both hands upon Purge's chest. Purge gasped and lurched, his hands more frigid than the deepest, lightless voids of space. Nausea grinded away at his senses. Direction became irrelevant. He was both spinning and still at the same time. To the edge of his vision faded, ringing overhead. His ringing overwhelmed his hearing. His limbs numbed cold, and for a brief moment there was silent peace. The peace, however, did not last. Like a sudden screech of an angry ghost, sights and sounds flashed all around him. His life, from the last moment he remembered, rewinded itself as he watched himself in third person like a specter over his own shoulder. His capture by Arnesk, his arrogant journey to the Twilight Expanse, his talk with Lagta, rewinding faster now through battles and conversations between the H&T Civil War now. Hold on. Winded. His capture by Arnesk, his arrogant journey to the Twilight Expanse, his talk with Lagta, rewinding faster now through the battles and conversations between the H&T Civil War now, and the even greater conflict that was but a strike of lightning. I keep misreading. Why can't I just brain, interpret, mouth, say? Rewinding faster now through battles and conversations between the H&T Civil War now, and even faster. Hold on, I'll just take a break for a moment. Hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's doing alright. Actually, need to... Alright. Okay. His capture by Arnesk, his arrogant journey to the Twilight Expanse. Let's see. Ah. There we go. That's because I mistyped something. There we go. I fixed it. His capture by Arnesk, his arrogant journey to the Twilight Expanse, his talk with Lagta, rewinding faster now through battles and conversations during the H&T Civil War, and even that great conflict was but a stroke of lightning in the air of his own memories. Faster and faster, the memories reeled, the words, the voices, the screams, all shrieking and overwhelming him. He felt the urge to puke, but had no stomach. He felt the need to scream, but had no mouth. His eyes and ears forced open. Painful memories bled their way into his spirit as time caught up to his younger self. He saw himself now as a teenager, frustrated and not understanding, yet Lagta always kept keeping a close eye on him. The reverse of time began to slow now as he entered his more youthful years, now seeing himself as a small and confused child undergoing the very simple and basic tests of all knights went through. Purge beheld his 40-year-old self sitting in front of a doctor in a white hospital room, remembering this moment as the doctor ran tests, but from his new perspective, he could finally see and read the clipboard. Scrawled on it in pen was a statement so simple, yet so damning. Recommended action, immediate termination. Subject's hybrid nature potentially too dangerous. They wanted to kill him? Murder him as a mere child for something he was not even aware of? Deeper than the marrow of his bones, a primordial rage began to churn like magma in a caldera. The memories, however, continued to reel back and reveal more of the unknown, and now crossing into the hazy border between consciousness and infantile instinct, where memories blurred to nothing. He saw himself as an infant, cradled in the arms of an ancienty crusader, speaking to another. Their voices echoed to him. The child. What should we do with it? It was born of an unholy rite. We should kill it before it kills us, the other said. That's not our decision to make, protested the one holding him. The other pointed an accusing finger at the first. Our nation is barely holding itself together as is. Even with the Purifier gunships, it's not worth the risk to have that thing among us. Thing. The damning words stabbed into Purge's heart. They hated him for what he was, not even willing to give him a chance. His soul swelled with pain, knowing now how many back home would perceive him if they knew his true nature. However, even worse than that was his own guilt and hatred of himself for what he was, and how foolishly he tried to defy it. But who was to blame in all of this? Purge never knew his own nature, too young to remember these events when they happened. As if this vision answered the questions, time reeled back even further, so far back that he did not even exist yet. He saw a female Carpathian in a small room, a ship of some sort. All around her were strange trinkets and paper scrawled with more of those familiar glyphs. She seemed like a mystic, yet no sacred rune floated above her head. He didn't understand any of this, yet the vision was so clear it was obvious there was something important about this woman. She unbuckled her belt and took off her tattered stained robes, standing naked as she cast her garments aside. Then, extending her right stylus, she held a silvery blade glinting in the candlelight over her left wrist and laid open her veins, wincing in the pain. Retracting her stylus, she dipped her claws in the silvery blood and painted with it a complex sigil on the floor. Afterwards, she stood and stared at it for a moment, taking a deep breath and sighing before confessing her intentions. They said I'd never bear a son, cursed me to be untouchable by all. I will prove them and their foolish crusade wrong. Keltethys could not stop us, and neither will this new tyrant. She whispered to no one. Finally, she sat in the center of the blood-painted sigil cross-legged, her tail a circumference around her on the floor, and began reciting words in a language Purge never heard before. The room rumbled with each press of her lips. Wind blew within the confined spaces of the starship with each vowel. The candles around the woman extinguished, but she did not lose focus. Purge then felt something all around his incorporeal self in time and space, a familiar presence he'd grown to know over the past few days. It was him, Aranesk. Purge did not see him, but felt his essence all around. The woman suddenly halted and gasped, lurching forward and placing her hands on her lower abdomen, her womb. She clenched her teeth and let out a pained groan, then suddenly threw herself back on the floor, screaming and writhing in torturous agony. She grasped for anything within reach as if trying to pull herself away from the pain, her claws splintering through the doors of a wooden cabinet as she tugged against it, but an invisible presence pinned her in place. Purge could see her legs clench and contort as the muscles beneath her fur and skin tried to close them, only to fail against the unseen, forcing them apart. Her tail lashed about wildly, cracking like a whip as it toppled aside decorations all around the room, but in spite of the pain her actions conveyed, her mouth bore a wicked grin. In spite of the agony brought upon her by this summoned incubus, she smiled. Finally, after several minutes, it ended. The candles all suddenly blew dark, the essence of Aranesk left, and she was alone on her back, taking deep, exhausted, yet oddly content breaths. She touched one hand on her lower abdomen over her womb again, and smiled. Thank you, she whimpered, weak with fatigue, for our son. It was then that Purge knew who this was and what he witnessed. This woman, this untouchable witch, was his mother, and he just witnessed his own horrifying conception. At long last, he finally knew the secret that no other knight ever would, his own birth family, and his was not of a mother and father victim to demons or circumstance. No, his mother was a dangerous witch with the power to summon fallen angels, and his father was Aranesk. Somehow, in spite of all the unholy things surrounding her, he could not help but take pity on her for her loneliness. and mourn for her. As if to annihilate any lingering doubt, the vision now went a few months forward in time. Once again he saw the witch and the ship, but the circumstances had since taken a far darker turn. Purge beheld his mother, her belly large at this time, sitting in a corner of that same room in great distress. Sweat poured over her brow, but there was also blood from cuts in her flesh. All around her, the ship rumbled and shook, conduits overloaded, lights burst, impacts against the hull sent loose objects flying across the room she sat in. Alarms blared, a warning sounded in an artificial voice. Alert, hull integrity dropping. Recommended immediately abandoning ship. No! She screamed. Evasive! Target their weapons and fire! Error. Weapons critically damaged. The ship AI responded. Pilot vitals compromised, directing remaining weapon power to engines and hull integrity. Her ship was under attack, Purge realized, but she was defenseless, for now was also the time of Purge's birth. She screamed, tears flowing from her eyes as she struggled and strained, pushed and panted to the point the veins in her head seemed on the brink of bursting, but eventually she finally succeeded. The infant freed of her womb. In spite of all the violence and chaos around them, the ship splitting apart at the seams, she held him close in her arms and smiled, tears flowing from her eyes as she broke it out into tired sobs. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently again, but she protectively held close to her newborn as her pupils went narrow in fear. All power within the ship cut off, the room went totally dark, and all was silent except for the baby's crying. Voices shouted from beyond the room's door, footsteps thundering against the floor. The ship had been boarded. Just then, sparks began to light up the room as a plasma torch started cutting through the doors from the other side. But Purge's mother held him close, turning her back to the door as if to shield him. No, Purge thought, an icy fear gripping him as he already knew what was to come. In that moment, it did not matter who she was, witch or not. He felt a primordial connection to her, a type of love unique to family, unique to blood. Mother, no! The door flung open as torches cut it free, and within stormed two Clepathians in HNT Angrovosian uniforms, and Lakta standing behind them. The sequence of events slowed down as they shouldered their rifles and took aim. Lakta in the shoulders shouted something at her, but he couldn't understand anything said as all sound muted from his ears, and he could only watch. His mother turned about, dark energy swelling in her eyes as she held out one hand to try and cast a spell to protect herself. But in her fatigue, she was too slow. The Crusaders squeezed the triggers on the rifles. Bolts of lethal particle beams streamed across the room from the gun's muzzles, and in the brief moment the beams impacted her flesh, her eyes went open and mouth agape in agony, sorrow, and regret. Her death, though quick, was not without pain, and she used the last seconds of her life to curl protectively over her infant son to shield him. There she laid limp, her lifeless eyes half open and unfocused as the pupils dilated, her lips slacked dumb, and her two smoldering softball-sized holes in the back of her torso. The face which once carried life, the face which would carry love for her son, now reduced to a discarded mask of soulless flesh, an echo of who she once was, now gone from this universe forever. Oh, I did not know that, Trikami. I'll have to use that next time. Because we're kind of close to the end of reading today anyways. Sorrow sank itself into Purge's heart as he watched, wanting to scream in anger and cry in agony at this injustice. How could he? How could Lakta have done this? Even if she was a witch, there was no reason to murder her while she was weak. He watched Lakta step forth and take the crying infant Purge from her dead arms, holding him up and staring down at him. Lakta whispered something inaudible to him, and time suddenly started to flow forward again, showing Purge's life back to him. All he endured, all he suffered, all he ever was, molded by the one who stole his life from him. Treachery, deception, lies! When the vision finally caught up to the present, consciousness and physical senses returned to him, but all he felt now was a deep, writhing misery burning his every sense away. A scream, one which felt as if it would tear Purge's throat from his body, pierce the sky overhead. All the might of the thunder above trembled as the mere whisper of the power of his at the all the might of the thunder. All the might of the thunder above trembled as a mere whisper to the power of his hateful roar. All of it finally released, the beast within, the truth within. He had been suppressing for centuries. Wrath, guilt, envy, despair, it lurched through him, unleashed from deep within, the source behind all those sleepless nights, all those nightmares, all those questions. This dark inner self finally broke from his cage. He felt his very bones crack, his muscles spasm, his ears split, and his every nerve burn as the suppressed nature finally took him over. But it was all nothing to the pain inflicted upon his spirit from the truth he just learned. He felt his strength grow, his senses adapt keener, and his whole body shift into something no longer Clepathian. At long last, Purge, the righteous soul of a noble and powerful knight, finally met defeat by the one ally he trusted in the most, the truth. Perhaps this was what he was always meant to be in the first place. He buried his former self so deep he could no longer hear the nagging of his former virtues, putting it in the same place he once locked up his true self, manifesting now spiritually, mentally, and physically. Son of Aranesk, kin of fallen angel. He felt the vines clench tight around his wrists and ankles, constricting his desire to destroy everything which could be touched in his bitter fury, but his rage proved stronger. With a mighty pull from his new body, the vines tore free and he fell to the ground. But in the blinding dizziness of his rage, he did not learn his new form and merely fell over on his side, struggling to so much as stand. Purge roared and screamed again, but over the hurricane of these overwhelming, newly freed thoughts and emotions, a single voice split through from above. "My son, restrain yourself!" Aranesk boomed. Just then, Purge's emotions subdued as if obeying a divine command. Purge, panting heavily, looked up at Aranesk with bitter tears in his eyes. "Father, it's true. Oh, it's all true." "It is, my son. I'm sorry. It had to be so painful." Aranesk stooped down over Purge and shook his head mournfully. Purge looked down at himself, where he laid, and noticed he was not a Clepathian anymore. Perhaps never was in the first place. His life as one a mere illusory guise. He looked much like his father, much like Lagta, but also different from both. His shape and size was the same as them, the large digitigrade legs with large three-toed feet like great clawed hands without thumbs, three-digited hands, and a tapering tail. Even great wings were folded upon his back, and his ears were 4 in number now. But his fur color was neither black nor white. It was a perfect neutral gray, and his eyes did not burn white with black sclera like his father's, but remained the same as his former Clepathian self. Aranesk leant down a hand to help Purge to his feet. Purge grabbed his father's hand, but found himself struggling to stand in his new body, walking now on what felt like his toes instead of his heels, and having to consciously control his balance with the weight of his large tail. He nearly fell twice, but Aranesk kept him upright. "Careful now. Take it slow." "What have I become?" Purge questioned, his arm over Aranesk's shoulders, now standing equal in height to him. "What am I?" "What you always were." Aranesk looked at him. "And what you always will be, no matter what happens. This is simply part of yourself so hidden now until finally being allowed to come up for air. Tell me, my son, how do you feel?" Purge looked down at himself, holding his new right hand out before him and flexing his fingers, finding it odd to only have 3 digits instead of 4. "I feel so alien, so strange, so full of pain from the transformation, yet also," he paused and shook his head, "so natural. I feel so alive, so powerful. I've never felt so real and raw before. So much energy." He clenched his right fist and shook it before him with a hungry grin, feeling a lust and power he hadn't felt in 1,000 years. "And it is all yours to control once you learn to master it." Aranesk nodded as they approached the stairs leading down from the stone altar. "I will teach you, of course. Now come, there is much work for us to do." Purge halted, however, and looked ahead blankly. He then turned his head to Aranesk. "But my name. I never found out my real name." "Your name?" Aranesk mused and raised a brow with a smirk. "Your mother never spoke it, but I heard it in her heart when I seeded her. It was an angelic name. It was Gerfaniv." Purge, or rather Gerfaniv, took his arm off Aranesk, looking down at his feet as he took his own steps now. Already this form took to him easily, not feeling new, but rather like old memories returning to him from a dream long forgotten. He took a step forward, his tail now almost instinctively adjusting for counterbalance, and he looked back at Aranesk with a flex of his new wings. I have done as you asked. I have accepted myself. I was, Garfinif. Now tell me, what must I do so that we may leave this realm? We will discuss that soon, and our quest for such starts there. Aranes pointed ahead down the altar stairs, conjuring a swirling portal in front of them to another world. Frigid air and snow whistled through that hole in space-time, and Garfiniv stepped within. Lingering behind, Aranesk nodded at his reborn son beyond the portal to the frozen world, and his lips curled into a wicked smile. A scheming, sinister smile. The Nightfall had finally begun. And that's where we'll end reading for the day. Alright, I'll have to remember that next time. Writing and reading category. I did not know that. I don't know where they post this information. I wish Twitch would post it to their website instead of hiding it on social media. Click on the creator dashboard. Hey, we have this new thing. You should try it. Alright. Hope you guys have enjoyed the story today. Only got 2 chapters done, but they were very big chapters and a lot went on in them. So, we see more of Aranes' machinations coming to fruition, and of course, Purge, now no longer Purge, pretty much Garfiniv. Purge's real name got doxed, yeah. Garfiniv, taking on the shape of Fallen Angel. And I can actually, hold on a minute, let me pull something up here. So, just briefly for a moment, I'm going to pull this open. Well, actually, no, I'll pull it open next art stream. You guys have actually seen the picture before. I worked on it on stream. I drew Garfiniv on stream. But you guys did not know who it really was. It was Purge all along. Or Purge was Garfiniv all along. Son of Aranesk, double-born, the reason why he could read those runes when he chased down Sorinth. Now, we'll have to, of course, this is a long book, so we're gonna see what comes of this, what the implications are, and where the destinies of everyone truly lie. So we'll see what happens in the future. We'll see what happens. As I said, the story is a very darker tone story, but it's also one that's very personal. There's a lot of like personal details, I guess, that are interpreted symbolically into the story. A lot of things, some direct, some indirect. A lot of personal struggles amplified through the actions and the events of the characters in here. But I hope you guys are enjoying it. Now, we're going to swap over to Oblivion. Because 15 minutes is not really enough time to read another chapter. Especially not Haven. Haven's another big chapter. I tried to make every chapter in this story significant. Like, no filler chapters. No things that just serve as bridges from one part to the next. I wanted every chapter to be very important. Have you heard of the High Elves? Yes. Alright, let me go ahead and close this out. We're going to change categories here. Stuff like that. Let's see what should the title be. There we go. You guys are going to see it in a moment. There's so many games named Oblivion. There we go. Alright, let's pop those. Oh, thank you. pop the game on screen momentarily. Gotta wait for it to boot up first. All right. It's a little loud. The music volume is at 0, but still. What was it? Yeah. I booted the game up yesterday, and what happened was, this is the first thing that I saw. The first thing I saw was the last thing that I saw, and it was, it's gonna take a minute to load. Does anyone... Oh yeah, it's our character, the Missile. We were like, well, let me turn my gain up a little bit. When we ended our playthrough last time, we summoned a bunch of copies of ourselves and, I guess stripped them all naked and blew them up for some reason. I don't know why. Oh man, my frame rate. Coffee Kangaroo remembers the Missile. I'm pretty certain. I think they were the ones that had the idea for this character, or gave me the idea. Wow, we are speedy. Okay, well, anyways, let's start a new game actually. Or I wasn't even around. Oh, you haven't been here for any of our Oblivion playthroughs. You're in for a treat. This is a staple on the channel.
I was born.
I was born. Most people were born, as a matter of fact. Let's believe it or not. I was born. I always, race. Pretty much always play Argonian, except that one time. I played Khajiit that one time because punchy. I like to play as ladies because they look cuter. Alright, let's see. What kind of... Oh, the music is completely off. It's very awkward. Has the class been decided? Nope, it has not. I was thinking something magical. Like a caster, a wizard of some sort. I don't know if I have any good magic mods, though. Like, I don't have anything that's, really make it super fun. Let's see. Oh yeah, this changes the tattoos. I like these tattoos. I'm back. Did a mess with the kitchen, burned my head, and the pot fallen off sandwich. Should be good. Nice. Heavy armor hand-to-hand only with magic. Hand-to-hand, heavy armor... Because heavy armor reduces your magic skill. So heavy armor and magic doesn't really work that well. We'll figure out something. I'm sure I'll figure out something that seems fun. First of all, we got to pretty ourselves up. Back... oh yeah, I read that. We finished the reading for the day. I have to remember next time there's a writing and reading category sort of thing. Because that'll probably be helpful, at least algorithmically, than just chatting. Because just chatting is such a broad category that literally anything can fit into. Let's see. I usually like to go to nose. You don't want to adjust too much here. You gotta be careful. Down, up. Yeah, like up. No. Like that. How did I do this? There we go. Yeah, like that. Give a long snoot. Game with short-term memory loss and aggressive NPCs. Yes, this is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, I shit you not. Like, everybody loves Skyrim. Everybody loves Morrowind. No, this is my Elder Scrolls game. This is my favorite by far. But it's so buggy, and that's what makes it fun. I love the bugs. Because honestly, I can't take Elder Scrolls very seriously. It's such a goofy setting. Dramatic zoom. Can't make dramatic zoom in. Yeah. Alright. So we got a nice long snoot there. Well, we gotta also do the chin, I believe. Chin forwards. Do the chin like this. Deep. We can also... No, I don't want that. Yeah, like this. And we make the cheeks. Okay, those are all good. You gotta be careful what you mess with here. You can really make a terrible abomination if you're not careful. I want it that far out. Yeah, I want it more like that. Yeah. And kind of like that. There we go. Cool. Turn, and that's all we need to mess with. Don't! Let's see, what kind of color should we be? Because we can be... What? Why did it do that to our eyes? We can be a light bright or black as night. We wouldn't have the Bethesda charm. Yeah. Basically, HDR on, black levels, or OLED black levels. Obsidian Drake. Only problem with doing that, you can't see shit and your head things don't mesh. Or you can't see your character very well. I'll do it, like, slightly dark. We're gonna do, like, you do, like, red and yellow. There we go, do that. Return. Yeah, well, now I can't see anything. I don't know why it changed our tattoos. Which is kind of unfortunate. Because that's what, okay, there we go. That works. Yeah, I don't know why it changed our tattoos initially. There we go. Good enough. Let's see, eyes. These don't really need to be messed with. They don't really do much. Okay. And let's change out those fins for... It's either spines or spikes. I like the spikes. I'm thinking spines. And of course, maximum length, as always. And we can change our eyes here. We got a blue. I think that fits the character pretty well. Shadow scale. We could be a stealthy character. Like, super edgelord stealthy. The stealth is kind of easy mode boring in the game, though, I will say that much. It's kind of hard to play at first, but, let's see. So, what should our name be? I'll take votes on names, and I'll combine the top 3 if there's too many contesting things. We'll also do the same thing for class, because we always go custom class. So if you don't get into this name. So let's, what kind of name should we have our character? Kibble? Okay, Kibble. Any others? Any others? Again, I usually combine names if there's, like, multiple ones. Kibble Punisher. Okay, that works. I like Kibble Punisher. There we go. Alright, that works. Sure you want to be an Argonian? Yes. Yep. Oh yeah, we got lizard feet. Tutorial.
Hey, lizard. It must break your heart, huh? Being so close to the water, knowing you'll never get to swim again. You know, sometimes when they let us in the yard, you can hear the sounds from the lake.
The boats, the girls, so close. No, you'll never get to swim again, Argonian. But don't worry, you'll be dead soon enough. That's right, you're going to die in here. Hey, you hear that? The gods are coming. For you. Yeah. Can you tell I played this game a bit?
Oh, that's right. The messenger only said they were attacked.
No, they're dead. I know it.
My job right now is to get you to safety. What's this prisoner doing here? This cell is supposed to be off limits.
Usual mix-up with the watch.
Never mind. Get that gate open. Stand back, prisoner. We won't hesitate to kill you if you get in our way.
I will tail whip him.
Stay put, prisoner.
Good. Let's go. We're not out of this yet.
There we go.
You. I've seen you. Let me see your face.
Yep.
You are the one from my dreams.
I'd hope not. That's a
Then
nightmare.
The stars were right. And this is the day.
But I can rephrase
Gods give
a
me
bit from Better
strength.
Called Saul in my head shows dedication.
Assassins attacked my sons, and I am next. My blades are leading me out of the city along a secret escape route. By chance, the entrance to that escape route leads through your cell.
Why am I in jail?
Perhaps the gods have placed you here so that we may meet. As for what you have done, it does not matter. That,
Who are you?
I am your emperor, Uriel Scepter.
I didn't vote for you.
By the grace of the gods, I serve Tamriel as her ruler. You are a citizen of Tamriel, and you too shall serve her in your own way.
What should I do?
You will find...
Okay.
Please, sire, we must keep moving. Better not close this one. There's no way to open it from the other side.
Looks like this is your lucky day.
I'm watching.
Stay out of our way.
I'm sure they are. Let's see. What do we got here? Perfect. Game's a little loud. Let me change that. It's a smidge loud. There we go.
Keep quiet and stay out of the way.
This doesn't concern
Move along.
There's trouble ahead.
Close up left. Protect the Emperor.
Ow! Ah! Oh, run away! Your fatigue is low. Yes, thank you.
This is the part where you fall down and bleed to death.
Ow! 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 Ow!
For the Emperor! Are you all right, sire? We're clear for now.
Captain Reynolds. She's dead.
Sorry, sire.
Captain Reynolds. Captain Reynolds. Captain Reynolds. Okay, what kind of build should we do? So we could be stealthy. Stealthy's kind of boring. Like, it's fun to be sneaky, but it gets kind of grossly overpowered and lame later on. We could be a magical caster. We could be magical stealth.
You stay here, prisoner. Don't try to follow.
We could be... We've already done, like, a warrior build in the past. Human male paladin? No. That's... Basically, I have no taste. But I'm trying to be proud of it for the fact that I have no taste. Also, this isn't World of Warcraft. There we go. Okay, yeah. Let me think here. Trying to think. So what are our major skills here? Like armor, athletics, blade, block, blunt. Hand-to-hand, heavy armor. Why do we have those as our major skills? That's kind of weird. We shouldn't have any major skills. Necromancer. I don't know. I don't know how that'd work. If you were the, I don't know how that'd work thematically. Why is my alteration at 194%? Mods. Gotta love them. So we have bonuses in blade, athletics, hand-to-hand, illusion and mysticism. I'm thinking like a sort of magical sneaky boy. I don't know, her gal, I guess. A lady, magical sneaky lady. I don't know why her legs are like that. It's kind of weird. Looks like a lot of illusion magic. Illusion, mysticism. Maybe unarmored? I don't know. No, our last build was unarmored. Lockpick is a worthless skill. Yes, thank you. Jeez Louise. Magical stealth with fireball. Well, the unfortunate thing is that magic attacks don't benefit from sneak damage. Only, so, one-handed weapons, bows, and daggers. Especially daggers. Daggers get an insane sneak attack bonus. So, like, stealth archer meme? No. Oh, I'm trying to... Yay. Yeah, that's the shoot the bucket arrow. Look at our physics engine. Yeah. I know there's a few mods that make, what is it? Magic actually work as sneak attacks. But I don't have any. Very easy. Now practice casting spells. These tutorials, I swear. Stretch and hydrate. Alright. Hope you enjoyed the story so far today, Coffee Kangaroo. Spine crack, somewhat. I missed. I missed. I hit. I don't know why my spells are coming out of my... or coming from, like, behind me or something. That's kind of weird. Accuracy 5 head. Yeah, just don't die. Alright, let me rest a bit. We're definitely not doing stealth archer, that's for certain. Might get it up just a little bit, just so we don't have to worry about that whole accuracy garbage. Because when you're not experienced in stealth, or not experienced in archery, it causes the arrow to drop, but when you do have experience, the arrows won't drop anymore. Alright. Gotta get that actress up so we can shoot Ashley. No, not Ashley. I mean bad guys, yeah. Totally. Alright. Burn the rat. What other things do I have? Alright. We're sneaking around. I am the sneaky man. I did make some skills level faster because they do go over 100. Yeah. As you can see, sneak level's ridiculously fast. Jeez Louise. For now. It'll not be so sneaky eventually. Or not be so quick eventually. I don't have a class yet. For some reason, I have the major skill of a warrior or something. Destruction! Cheese wedge. Cheese wedge. Cheese wedge. Tomato. Rusty iron shield. So here's the thing. We can also go into alchemy. So if we choose stealth as our specialization, alchemy will level... Actually, I think I changed alchemy to magic. Never mind. So if we choose magic as our specialization... That'd be kind of cool. There are a lot of cool, useful potions and stuff that can be mixed up. It gives reason to actually collect ingredients. The rat has noticed me. Avast! To arms! See. No benefit from sneak attack bonuses, but you can make destruction magic so powerful that you don't really need it to benefit from sneak attack. So, we'll do something. We'll figure out something. You can have 7 major skills. Oh, that's weird. I'm sneaking inside of myself. I don't need the ale. Would you recommend this time? Oh, Apple, absolutely. So this game out of the box is pretty dog shit, but it has probably the best gameplay mods of any of the Elder Scrolls. It still can be fun to play just on its own out of the box, but I really like the things that it offers in terms of gameplay mods. It just feels perfect. Aside from the bugs and crashes and game engine jank. But I love how snappy the combat feels in it as well. Like, it's very quick and responsive. Like, it's just so quick and you can jump around and stuff like that. If you like the idea of this sort of game, then sure. If this is not really a type of game that you play, then maybe not, but... So, I want to watch and judge my reaction. Okay, sure. I usually don't backseat people's first playthroughs, but... Sure. This game is really hilariously cheesy. It's fun, though. I like the setting. My sneak skill has increased. Like, look at those ragdolls. Blah. I picked up a mortar and pestle. I love dogs. Yeah! It's all coming back to me now. I'm losing it. I'm already losing my mind in excitement. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be a fun playthrough. Every playthrough of this game is fun. Let's be real. Ah! Wait, I'm only wearing the shield. I'm not even wearing... oh, wait. We can't wear boots yet. I need to... hold on. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. I need to look up something. It's one of the mods that I use that makes the Argonian have lizard feetsies. That makes... There's a way to work around it. You have the hands of a healer. Yes. Okay. History. Blah 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 blah. Reformation. Frame skip. No force. Let's see. By default, are allowed to be worn. Combine slot exception. Set AB race quest. No force 2-1. Okay. Set AB race quest. No force 2-1. There we go. Now we should be able to wear boots. Hey! Do you use Nexus for modding? Yes. Aside from the ones that I've made myself. I've made a few under the hood tweaks myself, just very simple things. And those are not published. They're just my own little things. It's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. Gotta be careful, don't run over these while they're moving or you'll die as well. Alright. I don't know why that's so loud. Arrows. Arrows are always nice to loot because they have like almost no weight. So you get a lot of value out of them for selling them. Alright, let's see. What am I doing? What am I thinking? I was thinking of something. Oh. Volume. I don't know why it's still so loud. Oh, he noticed me. The Goblin Berserker. Huzzah. Feels like there's no music either. Yeah, so the music can't go below a certain volume. It's kind of weird. Stealth Fireball! Yeah, so... it doesn't really work. Ragdoll's one of my favorite. They're so great. The funny thing is, it's not hard to modify the Ragdoll force. If I wanted to, I could just have it to where if I hit them and it's a killing blow, it sends them flying across the entire room. I don't do that, though, because it can sometimes make bodies that you want to loot go flying. Often in the middle of nowhere. Makes them hard to find. Huzzah! I'm just imagining Todd Howard looking at these ragdolls at the time of publishing. It's like, oh, we thought these ragdolls would be very realistic. They're really next-gen technology. We added a new spell called Clairvoyance. No. That's my Todd Howard impression. The Witch! Take all. Repair, hammer, let's see. Wow, it didn't break. Nice. Let's brew some potions. Or poisons, rather. Cheese wedge. I don't have anything else. Okay. I like this game a lot better than Skyrim. Because I love how hammy stupid it feels. While also being, like, responsive and more classical in an RPG sense. Like, in how you actually mix and match. You have, like, your different attributes and stats that you actually have to go through and whatnot. So it's got that part of it that I love. He's a little confused. He's got the spirit, but... Ah! Yeah! Ah! Ooh! Oh!
Damn it, it's that prisoner again. Kill her. She might be working with the assassins.
No, she is not one of them. She can help us. She must help us. They cannot understand why I trust you. How can I... Listen, you know the Nine. How they guide our fates with an invisible hand.
I don't know. I don't think about...
I've served the sky. I know.
Which star marks our sign? Shadow's good for our sneaky stuff. Oh yeah, I changed up all the burst signs. Zoom in while you're your angle always gets me. Oh, you're in for a treat then. Because there's some special spells that I have once we get out of the prison. I can just mess with NPCs. Warrior. Strength. Today, focus your skills in battle. Trance granting. Yeah, I made the star signs a bit more interesting. Increase alchemy. This is good if we want alchemy. Oh yeah, I made a custom class for the missile. I completely forgot about that. When our last playthrough, we played as a missile. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. And I give it some special abilities. I think it was like fortify athletics and speed by quite a bit. For his bonus utility, willpower, luck, attributes, keen on diplomacy, you can barter truce. Apprentice. Well, yeah, dangerous elemental spell. The thief. Agility, speed, and luck. Your greedy nature allows you to stuff your pockets to the brim. Okay, that gives you a feather. Atronach. Skin of the elements to reflect all magic. Yeah, that gives you a reflect magic. And you can't change these. Unlike in Skyrim, you can't change these. The ritual diseases. Use Mars gift. Powerful restore health spell. Blessed word can turn. This is great for paladin playthroughs, because especially if you're an Argonian or a Redguard, you can use this and get 100% disease immunity. It's pretty cool. Ritual. Steed. A master lock level. Container of master lock level or less. Tower warden key grants you a slight reflection to physical damage. Oh, okay. So this lets you, that's pretty good for like tanky builds. I'm gonna get this. It seems more universally useful to our sort of character.
The signs I read show the end of my path. My death.
What about me?
Your stars are not mine. Today the shadow shall hide you from destiny's cunning hounds.
I love how he has unique lines for each of them. Can you see my fate?
My dreams grant me
Blah, 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 blah.
no
Blah, 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 blah. Where are we going? Oh, blah, blah, blah. Okay. He basically is like, I'm not afraid. I'm going to die.
You may as well make your...
It's Boris.
Stick close and let us do our job, and you'll be all right.
Here we go. Watch this. There we go.
not much farther.
Not much farther. Not much farther. Look at this. Look at that lad over there. It just always stands there stiff.
Talos preserve us.
Where there's Elder Scrolls, there's Yeet spell, exactly. I can't play these games without being able to just throw NPCs out of my way.
Protect the Emperor!
Also in Fallout, too. In Fallout New Vegas, I have a fart banishment spell that basically makes a fart reverb and does a shockwave of pushing to all the people in front of me. The Emperor's in danger! Yeah! Oh, why is he glowing like that? It's kind of weird. Must have a buff on or something. Can I get sneak off of these guys? I think they're too high level. Yeah. You can get sneak off of guards. Oh, that's a face.
I don't like this. Let me take a look.
Yes, go take a look. Oh. There he goes.
Looks clear. Come on. We're almost through to the sewers.
Oh. Let's see. I don't know how to set the lock level. Uh-huh. I'm sure it is.
Damn it! The gate is barred from the other side. A trap!
Is it?
What about that side passage back there?
Worth a try.
It's open.
Go.
I don't think it's locked, guys. Guys, I opened it for guys. Oh, okay.
It's a dead end. What's your call, sir?
They're behind us. Wait here, sire.
Wait here with the Emperor. Guard him with your life.
For
This
the
one.
Emperor!
Oh, long bird, the dragon fires.
I can go no further. You alone must stand against the Prince of Destruction and his mortal servants. He must not have the Amulet of King. Take the amulet, give it to Joffrey, find him, and close shut the jaws of Oblivion.
He sent the thing. Let's see. Can I? Let's see. Let's break the game.
No. Talos, save us.
Come with us.
We failed.
He's right there.
Failed. The blades are sworn to protect the Emperor. Now he and all his
He's right over there.
The amulet.
Emperor gave it to me.
Strain. They say it's the dragon blood that flows through the veins of every septum. They see more than lesser men. The Amulet of Kings is a sacred symbol of the Empire. Most people think of the red dragon crown, but that's just jewelry. The amulet has power. Only a true heir of the blood can wear it, they say. He must have given it to you.
You must take it to Joffrey.
Joffrey? He said that? Why?
There's another heir.
Nothing I ever heard about. But Joffrey would be the one to know. He's the Grand Master of my order. Although you may not think so to meet him, he lives quietly as a monk at Waynon Priory, near the city of Coral.
How do I get there?
First, you need to get. It's a secret way out of the... Here.
Okay, sewers?
There are rats and goblins down there. But from what I've seen of you, I'm guessing you're an experienced monk. Am I right?
No. A monk, really? Sneak, acrobatics, marksman, alteration, hand-to-hand athlete. I mean, that is close to what we were doing. No, so we're gonna do basically something kind of like this, but not quite. The art in this game looks like it looks good, but it's so weird, like in terms of how the posing is. Spell sword. Sorcerer. Yeah, we're doing a custom class anyway, so it doesn't matter. Probably something closer more to an agent custom class. We're probably going to go... Let's see here. It's going to be magic or stealth. That'll help us level fast tree and light armor, mercantile, security, sneak, and speechcraft. Okay. This helps us level faster in all the magic skills. So magic skills are slower to train than those others. And so we're going to want some... I want to say speed and personality isn't that useful aside from getting money. Intelligence maybe? Actually no. Hold on. Willpower. Because that'll give us magic resist and magic regen. Okay, and now we'll choose our major skills. So, let's see. We're going to go sneaky. And I'm going to take illusion and mysticism. Those will be fun. Take alchemy. Okay, we got 4. Wait, blade. Let's see. We could take light armor. That could be useful. And then we got one more. Thinking either armorer, conjuration maybe. Conjuration can be kind of fun. Restoration can be good. I'm thinking maybe like conjuration or something. I think that would be good. Actually, maybe not light armor. And have alteration instead, because alteration is fun. Because we'll level up our light armor otherwise. Basically, these skills are the ones that'll level you up and you get a bonus boost to them at the start. So we're going to want to pick the ones that we're going to be using often. I don't know how much I'm going to be using conjuration, but it can be useful as a distraction. Illusion's always good. Mysticism is just fun to use. I love mysticism. Me, yep, that's looking good. So it's not necessarily a name for a class. Okay, so round 2 for naming conventions. Who wants to name the class? What is our class name gonna be? I will hear elections on class names. What's our class name gonna be? If there's no votes, this is what we're going for. Smasher? Okay. Smasher, anyone else? Smasher? We're not really doing much smashing, but alright. It's your choice. Alright, I don't think there's any other vetoes, so... Oh, we could do even better. We could go... Piss Smasher. Yeah! How about that? If not, I'll delete it, yeah. There. No? No? Okay. Fine. Alright. Create Piss Smasher, yes. Streamer, you have the main veto. Well, you know, I like to, you know, interact. Have you guys play along. You're a part of this as much as I am. Piss Smasher. Are you sure you want to be a Piss Smasher? Yes.
Really?
Really?
Yes. Still, I don't think you'll have any trouble with rats and goblins. You
sewers.
must get the amulet to Joffrey. Take no chances, but proceed to Wayne Priory immediately. Got it?
Yeah.
Good. The Emperor's trust was well placed. I'll stay here to guard the... By the way...
Someone asked me this question. Yeah. Kibble Punisher, the Piss Smasher. Better hero villain doesn't exist. Okay, now we get all the DLC quests popping up. There are rats and goblins in the sewer. There are rats and goblins in the sewer. Scrolls and potions too. Alright, oh yeah, we got the skull staff. The sewers! Alright, let's be all sneaky breaky here. Can look down and see the back of ourselves because of the first person body mod that I have. It's one of the lightweight first person body mods. It's just a very simple script. Nice. Oh yeah, what kind of spells do we have for illusion? Okay, so we got that. Starlight. I got life detection. Even though casting light makes you less stealthy, so... But I can summon a skeleton! Yes, my skeleton! Kill him! Kill him! Oh, nice job, skeleton. Can I summon multiple of these, or... No. A sage skeleton! Don't need stealth, the skeleton does distracting. Yeah, but it's not that tough, especially as we get out in the world. We're in the tutorial dungeon. Exit sewers! I have exited raw sewage. Raw, unprocessed, bilging sewage. Wait on priority, yes. So, there's a dungeon over there. Ah, and it's a pretty looking game in spite of how old it is. This game from 2006. First things first, we go into the city. And we start doing a bit of mercantile. Well, first of all, let's get our hilarity spells.
Pretty so got nothing to eat. Have you shopped at the Gilded Corral?
I've browsed Claudette's shop, but I haven't spent a lot of time there.
So I've heard.
They say that the priests and priestesses of the chapel of
Heavy
the
arm. I'd probably ask Bernardo at
no
the
one
best
even
defense.
knows who did it.
Slaughter. The whole chapel desecrated. No!
No!
Is there a better...
I love that. Without question. Is there a better? Fun with magic. Here we go. So now we have some fun spells. Such as...
What is it?
Make him hold still for a little bit. We have...
Isn't it uncanny how Ida Glenormand moves? Nuts. Her hobby is falling from high places. Bye. Oh. Hello.
Oh, I love it. Let's see. How do I make them, failed levitate, here we go. There we go. Where'd they go? Oh, they're dead now. Wait, did I level up already? Wow. Why is my speed debuffed? Why is my speed so debuffed? What the... Okay, never mind. Alright, we'll just sleep outside then. Okay, here we go. I have ascended to level 2. I realize all my life, all along, I were in a dream. Suddenly, facing the trials of the last few days, I have come alive. Get willpower for the magic resist. We're gonna get some speed so we can move decently fast. And some agility. Well, no, some intelligence for that. We'll work on agility as well, as necessary. I forgot this, these do have schools. Alteration, illusion. Slash and smash. Big orc weapons for big heroes. Let's sell some stuff here.
Herbal Grow Orkel knows you need axes and blunt weapons. Big ones. So he makes them and sells them here. Slash and Smash, the big orc weapon shop. Big weapons for big heroes.
Right. Do a little persuasion with.
Say what you're going to say.
So he hates that, doesn't like that.
You're what that's just talk.
You're just talk.
you real please, I'm embarrassed. Not is that really now you're what no, that's just talk. Real goodness. Oh, not funny, not even a little bit. Please. Oh, I wish I could say that.
Let's
Really?
get his
No,
disposition
that's
up so I
you should
can.
be ashamed. You're wasting your breath. You're wasting your breath. I wish I... Please. Is that so?
Okay, we got his disposition up.
I see. I offer the finest goods and...
I'm sure he does offer the finest goods at a low price. Let's try 60%. There we go. And let's sell this.
That's just not reasonable.
You're not reasonable. Okay, let's lower it down to 55. There we go. That rusty iron bow.
A good price.
Iron dagger. Don't need the rough leather. Flawed ruby.
A good price.
I don't know what the broom of the inconsiderate is supposed to do, but
An excellent
apparently you're supposed to reverse pickpocket
You've made a
to
good
people and
bit
it
of
does something,
gold.
but I have no idea. I really have no idea. Alright. So we got some money. A very tiny amount of money. Nothing we can really buy.
Come. Farewell.
Let's see. Now that we got that, let's go on some adventures.
Yes.
Did you do this?
Any news? I understand the Reldil is good at getting into places, aren't we?
Alright. So, instead of going to that first initial Alien ruin, like I sometimes do, I'm gonna do something else, because that initial Alien ruin is actually pretty tough. I'm gonna just, go to the main quest. And I am using a texture pack. That's really my only main graphic mod. I also have E and B just for the boost. I'm not using like any E and B like filters. So E and B does make the game a bit more stable. I found Wei Ye.
Hello.
Hello.
Do your worst.
I don't know. Jeez. Settle down, woman. Do your worst. We could go into this little dungeon and see what what it has in store. I do love dungeon diving in this game. Ooh, we got some lavender type stuff. Morning Glory. Harvest. I know a lot of ingredients are kind of worthless in terms of the effects they provide. It's like garbage, like fortify personality or some useless crap like that. But it's mostly for alchemy skill that I'm getting them. Now, getting late game apparatus, or apparati or whatever, that's awful. I usually just end up cheating them in, because I can't find them in dungeons ever. They're so rare. It's like late game stuff, though. Very late game. Uh-oh. They detected me. You gotta be very quiet. Be very quiet. I'm hunting wabbits. Fort Nickel. It takes until, I think, sneak level 75 before we can sneak at any speed. With no penalties. Let's put on a good old life detect. Oh. I hear something. What is happening in here? Sounds, really violent. I'm just gonna let it happen. Uh-oh. 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 Oh my goodness, he's huge.
Why won't you die?
Yeah. Wait, where'd my fireball go? Oh, that's touch spell. Fireballs.
Die!
That's what she... Astros!
Yeah. Ooh.
You're better than this. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Still, not ideal. Mm. Cool. They look enchanted. At least for a weekend, let me be brain dead. Okay. I'm gonna get you.
What's that?
I missed my fireball! It's just walking into me. Ah, Hey, chain armor, nice. I'm telling you, this game is a treat. Oh, wow, that looks actually quite pretty. I like that. I don't know why it gives me a male torso. It's kind of weird, like... That's kind of weird looking. It gives us a male torso. Hey, I'm walking here! Yeah. That's strange. Unfortunately, there's like no transmog thing in this game. It's not that much of a benefit anyways. We'll keep on our Tanto. Or sword, rather. Okay, well, so bad. Quick save. Oh. Silence! Okay. This is something I love when it does happen. When they're about to deliver the best right ever, you kill them mid-sentence, they go, yeah. Do your, A wizard duel. Okay, well, a wizard duel is not very well working. Parry this, you filthy casual! Oh. Oh. Somehow gotta... Oh, he's swimming! Beware! He's in the water! Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Hi. Ow. Stop healing! God. There's a lot of Scarab dagger, that's pretty cool. Mace of Embers. Alright. Got some better leather gear than our rough leather. Sell off all our rough leather. Rice. Our rusty iron bow. Bandit bowman. Lockpick a pair. Sorcery. Ooh. Got some loot here. Alluring gaze, longsword, let's go. let's take a look at our inventory here. Is there really any difference in how these look? No. They look exactly identical. And we can do a little bit of repair. Don't need to do too much repair, though. Moving out. Is there anything else in here, or did we do all the things? Ooh, repair hammer. I will take that. I will take that. Those are always good to have. I think that might have been it. Yeah, because this just goes back across here. Oh, another chest. Let's get it. Ow! God, that scared me. Dead. I hate the chest traps. Forgot about those. There's no way to tell they're trapped either. Let's see. Okay, let's try that again. So I do have... I forget how to actually disarm the chest. I have open very easy lock, but it's not very useful aside from the fact that it sounds nice. Okay. I wonder what happens. Is it gonna do this thing again? Watch this. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Because last time we had a trap chest, it bugged out on us. Okay, no. It does not. And watch, it's not even gonna have anything good. Because there's no probes in this game. You can't... Oh, well, actually, never mind. I had coffee. We'll just ignore the fact that I cheated to get that. It's whatever. It's my game. I do it how I want. I do what I want. Oh yeah, drinking the coffee. I'll drink some coffee IRL too. Granted, it's cold now, but yeah, cold coffee better than no coffee, you know. Okay, this is a fairly short and simple dungeon. In a chest. More steel, not really worth the weight. Heavy armor is, like, hard to justify carrying at times, like, if you're just looking for stuff to sell, because of how heavy it is. So, what you're looking for when it comes to looting stuff just to sell, you're looking value per weight. Like, what weighs little, but is worth a lot. That's why arrows are always good. Arrows always have extremely low weight, and are super common. Despair. So delicious. Let's do some alchemy here. Let's see. Damage health ingredients are super hard to find. Wolf meat, maybe. It's venison. Make it restore health. Yep. There we go. Cheese wedge. And a pear. Restore fatigue, damage health, restore fatigue, we got a leek, got some rice, make some leek and rice soup. I kind of wish alchemy worked a bit differently, like you could select the effect that you want. I know Skyrim kind of does this, but you could like select the effects that you want, and just brew the potion from the pool of ingredients you have, if you have said ingredients. Without having to select the ingredients manually. Alright, where are we going? It was a nice little adventure into a small little dungeon. My athletic skills has increased. Yeah. I would highly recommend never taking athletics or acrobatics as major skills in most cases. You can if you want, you know. It's a role-playing game. You role-play your character. You build a character that you think, you know, would be cool to roleplay as, and then you go from there. But if you're going for, like, min-maxy crap, because you're, like, always going to be jumping and running around, there's no reason to major skill either of those two. It's just going to push you to higher levels, which means higher level enemies are going to spawn, but it's not going to give you much benefit from leveling up. Like, you're not going to get, like, more powerful. The wolves, they come to me. Fight my minion! Which kind of path you'll go? Like, in what way? We're going, like, stealthy magic, if that's what you're thinking about, like, class-wise. But you can use any skill in the game. Like, you're not... Just because you have certain skills as your class doesn't mean you can't use other skills. It's just going to take longer to train them up. And you won't get level up bonuses. Like, they won't contribute to your level up. Which can be a good thing. Like, you can sometimes have a skill that you're going to use a lot, but not use it as a major skill because you don't want it to level you up. So I have no idea what this game is, but I heard that you can join the Thieves Guild. You can. You either have to go to jail first, or you have to meet the right person at midnight. Free decision. Yes. You can do all the guilds on one character, if you wanted. Usually I stick to whatever fits the character, best, so I don't do, like, all the content in the game on every character, because this character would not fit the Holy Knights of the Nine at all, probably. Is there a freelancer class? Like, you can make a generic adventurer class if you wanted to. There's merchants. There's thieves, there's, like, all the classes that exist in the game are just kind of like preset idea options, but I always make custom classes. Speak. Sometimes there's a bear on the road.
Yeah!
Ah! I think he's probably my preferred the biddies. Imagine Purge had a home improvement show. He slowly lines up his hammer to hammer and a tiny nail and just obliterate. That'd be funny. That'd be fun. So these are major skills, but you can use all the other skills if you wanted to. Now your class archetype, your specialization, that does matter. So since our class is a piss smasher, its specialization is magic. Right, that makes total sense. So that means all the magic skills, like all the destruction, mysticism, illusion, and conjuration, basically everything that uses magicka, those level up, I think, what is it, 25% faster? It might be somewhere less than that. And you can't change your specialization. That's what matters most, in my opinion, is the specialization more than your actual major and minor skills. Because even if you have, say I pick a magic specialization, but I don't pick destruction as a major skill, I'll still level up very quickly in destruction. It just won't contribute to my leveling XP, and neither will it contribute, or neither will I get the bonus 25 skill points right off the bat.
Your man.
I wonder. Watch this.
Your... Take it. It's worthless to me.
Every time. Just let yourself get pickpocketed, then pickpocket him back because he has load responsibility. Thank you. Glad doing business with you. Your money or your life. Take it. It's worthless to me anyways. Is that a roundabout saying that my life is worthless? Is that what he's saying? How rude. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a deer. Never mind. I thought it was something else charging at me. And my sneak skill is terrible. I need to train it up. Nice. Skeleton's actually not too bad. That'd be a lot worse. But he just... Now, if we get our acrobatics up high enough, we can go get Umbra killed. And sell off her armor and stuff for a huge payday. Uh-oh. Help me, minion! Nice. Lots of mushrooms. Mushroom, mushroom. Restore agility, restore fatigue, restore personality. Yeah, these are all kind of useless. Restore strength could be useful. I don't have anything. Restore speed, restore magicka. Ooh. Hey. Anyways. Betcha. Let's see if I can do this. Yes! I brought you the Amulet of Kings.
This cannot be. No one but the Emperor is permitted to handle the amulet. Let me see it. By the nine.
It's like talking to a wall, honestly. Like, honestly.
Who are you? How did you get this? What do you know of the Emperor's death? As unlikely as your story sounds, I believe you. Only the strange destiny of Uriel Septim could have brought you to me carrying the Amulet of King.
The Amulet of Kings.
His meaning is unclear to me as well. The Emperor seemed to perceive some threat from the demonic world of Oblivion. The Prince of Destruction, Mehrunes Dagon, is one of the Lords of Oblivion. But the mortal world is protected from the Daedra of Oblivion by magical barriers.
Oblivion,
I'm
that's
not
what it
sure.
does.
Only the Emperors truly understand the meaning behind the rituals of coronation.
The Amulet of Kings is ancient. Saint Alicia herself received it from the gods. It is a holy relic of great power. I've heard that line so much.
He uses the amulet to light the dragon fires at the Temple of the One in the Imperial City. With the Emperor dead and no new heir crowned, the dragon fires in the... It may be that the dragon fires... I am one of the few who know of his existence. He never told me...
Yeah. Okay, we gotta go rescue, Sean Bean.
Waste no time. You must find Martin before the enemy does.
Welcome, good citizen.
What?
Take care.
Okay, anyways. We already harvested these. Okay. I wonder if I can shrink a horse. I know I can suplex a horse. It's not in this game. Let's see. No mice. Here we go. Ponies! This game reminded me that I need to expand more on Oblivion. Primordial Sacrifice, Alternate Universe. The Amulet of Kings is ancient. Okay, we're gonna travel to Anvil and then head east. Now, if you want to level athletics in this game, never fast travel. Just don't. You won't get any athletics XP. Well, you'll still get it a little bit, but not near as fast as you would otherwise. Oh, okay. Just in the water.
It's you. Hi.
Yes, it is me. Hi.
Greetings, son of Skyrim. Heard any news lately? We're all talking about the Emperor's murder. And no heir. That's never happened before. I suppose we should all be worried. Is that so?
So something I've also seen is that you can go into the game's base settings and set the default walk speed to whatever variable you want. So you could have people that walk around and have them walk around at like the speed of light or whatever. And there's some mods that I've seen that give you things like Thieves Toolkit, I believe that's what the mod is called. And it gives you things like oil slicks you can shoot onto the ground and whatever. And so anytime an NPC actually walks over those, they slip. So imagine an NPC going, like, walking around, like, super fast. Something like that, but ramped up. And then walking over, like, an oil slick and just ragdolling off into the distance, just... It's basically like, true hilarity. Same. Already off to a great start to ruining the game. Ooh, let's see. I think I missed. Oh well. Ooh, farms. These are great for alchemy. Don't mind me, woman. I'm just robbing your crops. Let's see. Oh, what? It's not really what I wanted to do, but that's what happened. Alright. We'll take a sleep here and level up our stuff. Alright. More agility will be nice for intelligence. Willpower and stuff. Here we go. For our magical skills. I don't know why the footsteps are so loud in this game. Crunch, 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 crunch. Can I turn that down? Just that specifically. Yes. That's a little more reasonable. I don't want to do the Thieves Guild yet, because it requires a lot of sneaky breaky that I don't really have the skill for yet. I usually like to do Thieves Guild when my sneak is much higher. Oh look, another one of these guys.
Your money.
Oh, sure.
Your
Thank you.
what? I didn't see a thing.
Ooh, this is my chance. Free pony, free pony. Okay, they just keep running. They don't care. They're going. Oh, wow. Okay.
What do you need? Carry on. Speaks. Protect and
See if I can get this glitch. I've never been able to get this glitch to happen.
state your business. Ma'am,
Ma'am.
we're here to serve.
Nope.
State your business. Can I help you?
Yeah, it's probably not going to work because I have custom body skeletons on.
Well, citizen.
Can I make the... Oh, it makes everything large. Well, now there's large guard on the road. Oh, it's Mike.
Mike knows much. Tell some. Mike knows many things others do not.
What kind of rumors do we have for me today, Mike?
Why would one want to swing a staff? A mace hurts more. Or a sword. Can't shoot a fireball from a sword, though.
That's a Morrowind reference. So it used to be melee stabs.
Wishes you well.
Sneak past the wolf. This is a really pretty game, though. Just in terms of its overall geometry, it's just really nice. I think this valley right here. The LOD is kind of awful. But, yeah, see, there it goes. Yeah, I love this site. Look at this. Love how very green it is and whatnot. Funny thing, most of Cyrodiil is supposed to be a rainforest, and you can kind of find some rainforesty areas in the game, like around, let's see, the eastern side especially, Black Marsh and all the way over here, as well as some up over here, you find some rainforest. It's just not the rainforest people thought of. Like, people thought, like, oh, you know, like tropical rainforest and tropical jungles and whatnot. And it's kind of impossible for an entire area to be all just jungle, because jungle is kind of at the edge of the rainforest where there's a lot of, like, impassable growths and whatnot. That's my actually for the day. There's some books that people point to get upset about Oblivion's design. That, oh, it's just generic Lord of the Rings ripoff, and it kind of is, but it doesn't break the lore as much as people thought it does, or thought it did. Because there are temperate rainforests, like deciduous ones. And there are places in Oblivion that very much match a temperate rainforest, within the confines of the graphical limitations of the time. This area here, the whole Gold Coast and whatnot, and that sort of, like, you know, county and such like that. This place doesn't really match that, but that's because that's just how it is. Now, I do think it would have been cool if it were more, like, kind of tropical looking, and more Roman sort of looking as well. Oh, that's a wolf. Oh, it saw me. Oh, it doesn't care. Sometimes they're hostile, sometimes they're not. I don't know. Uh-oh. What cometh? Oh, fuck it! Holy! Oh! 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 Okay, first things first. We need a skeleton. Okay, never mind. The skeleton's not gonna work. Let's see, what other spells do I have? Flare. That did nothing. No. Man, can't have shit in Detroit. We're right there, too. Skeleton, save me! It explodes into a pile of bones. Okay, maybe we'll just be able to sneak past it this time. No, 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 not again! You can't make me! No, you can't do this! You're making a mistake! No! I can even... Ah! No! No! Kill him! Kill him instead! No! 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 Wait! We're not rebels! Sound is off. It's because I was reading today. No! Why did they put a fucking mountain lion there? That's so rude. What about this horse? Can it save me? What if I... What? Oh, I got an idea. I'll throw the guard. I'll throw the guard. And it'll distract it for me. Here you go. Go. Where's my... I scrolled past it like 30 times. Go get him, guard! No! Go get him! Oh, that... Ooh. They hit a rock. That might not work out too well for them. Maybe that'll work. Okay, they're in the spot. Why aren't they... What? What? No! They just... What? What? Huh? What? They disappeared. I can hear it. Oh, there it is. Maybe I could, like... I don't have the... Ooh, I could probably, like, jump from these rocks. But that won't get me that far. That'll only give me a little bit. Oh, I have an idea. I'm bored under the shadow. Aha, you can't see me. Okay. Anyways. You can't see me! Leave me alone! Leave me alone.
Maybe she got out. She's looking for you too. I'm just lucky to be alive.
I'm angry. I want to stay angry. That anger
How
keeps
could the
me
Nine let this happen? Are they angry with us?
I don't know. What could...
Come on! Run while there's still time!
Everyone is
The guard still
smoking
holds
crack.
the road, but it's only a matter
Oh,
of time
hello,
before
carrot.
they're-
Hydrant stretch, okay. Run from what?
God's blood. You don't know, do you?
Nope.
Deidre.
Nope.
They're-
Nope. Okay. Run away.
Kvatch is finished. There's nothing left.
She has weed in her name.
I'm just lucky to be alive.
Alright, let's see. What should we do here? Fall down a hill.
I'm angry. I want to stay.
Wait, what was she sitting on? She wasn't even on the chair. Mods, it's exclamation mod list. That'll give you the correct answer. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. It's a very stiff dress, yeah. It needs a bit of a... What is that? The way he's like just rotating his body. Rain blood from a lacerated sky. What is this guy doing down here? Aren't you supposed to be with the guard?
Is there a problem?
Yeah, you're not up there. Gray Fox.
He's that thief that...
He's that thief.
Take care.
Alright, here we go. Go back to your post. There you go. Oh, off the backboard. I don't think it's gonna land. Nope. Swing and a miss. Oh, Flame Atronachs. Those are actually pretty deadly at this level. Ah! Oh no, Clan Fears. These have reflect damage. Savlian Matthias is unconscious. Ow! Yeah! Ah! Okay, well, this might be a little tough. I need to train a little bit before we come back here. I think this is... With the mods that I have, it's balanced around about level 10. Yep. Boing, 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 boing. I wish I could cast Levitate. This game level, I have a few mods that disable that. I have a Skuro's Oblivion Overhaul, and I also have an Uncapper mod. So, Oscuro's D-levels most of the world, I think, as well as Fran's Monster mod, which I think I have. I have all of those, inputted, and I also have edited them a bit because they do have some enemies in there that are not stream safe, so I had to delete those entries, so fortunately they don't show up anymore. Like the Succubi and the Amazonians, which are basically literally just naked women. You can't show that on stream. Not as part of mods. So I had to just go into them, edit them, and delete their entries, and it works out fine now. They just don't spawn anymore. Or they shouldn't, at least. If they do, I can recognize them from a distance and then just delete them or entries. I'm helping! This sad Argonian sack of shit has helped save the day. So when I first started streaming it, I didn't know the Vienna was playing. I was a little... Oh no! that's gotta be a bad revelation. I have been recommended, like, I don't even know if they watch the channel anymore. I don't think they do. But there was one person who followed me a while back. And one of the things they posted in my suggestions channel as, like, you know, stream recommendations was a gay furry romance novel. And it's like, no thanks. I'm just gonna... That's not really a game that I think I'd play. I don't really think visual novels are really games in the first place, but still, it's like, First of all, I'm not into that. Second of all, it's not really... Isn't focus is a brief moment. Yeah, like, you can play the Witcher games, for example, on stream, and those have a lot of, well, nudie bits in it. But, so you just don't ogle it and stuff like that. Fine. Know what I'm getting into. Yeah. I'm not really that big into visual novels. Kind of odd since I write my own novels. Or books or whatever. Let's see, we need some spells. Everything in here is going to be resistant to fire. Ow! Oh my goodness, we do like no damage. Yeah, we are way under leveled for this. Okay. We need to train a bit before we start doing any of this. Yeah, I need a 80s training montage. Hey, free chainmail armor. I mean, they're not using it anymore. Nice. The worst around.
Stand back, civilian.
No problem.
This is
Okay, 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 thanks for the...
farewell.
Farewell.
It's the smell, really. Smoke and fire, and something worse. In the ruins.
Best go back to the encampment. There's no telling when more will come out of that infernal Oblivion gate.
He's so graceful. Okay, I guess the trick then is to dungeon dive a bit. Just, you know, go through some dungeons and stuff. Get our skills up. It's been a headache day, so I'm trying to be grateful. Hey, nice. So we cleared out Fort Nickel. We could do this fort up here. Fort Ash. More like Fort Trash. What? So a little too close to that nuclear warhead. Okay. That must have been our Fallout New Vegas. Hmm. A rat. It's got huge, sharp, pointy teeth. While wife was making maple apple jam. Apples we picked. Nice. I really like making apple pies every Thanksgiving. I can make a mean apple pie, I tell you what. Mm-mm-mm. I'm the best. The trick is, first of all, use very tart, very firm apples. You want to use those, and you want to cut them thick. Don't cut them thin. All the recipes say to cut them thin. You don't want that. No, you don't want to cut them thin, because otherwise it gets too mushy. You don't want mushy pie. You don't want mushy apple pie. You want a bit of bite into it. You want to be, you know, have a bit of texture to it. Because nothing's more boring than a mushy apple pie. And you want to overstuff it. You want it to be like poofed up, and then because it's gonna cook down a bit in the oven. We shared some apple cider. I wish. There's a lot of things that I wish would happen, but it's just sadly not possible. Yeah. So you want those, and you don't need to like make this like mix or anything like that. So it's just a matter of cinnamon, some allspice, bunch of sugar. You don't even have to put sugar. You can adjust it depending on how sweet you want it, because apples have their own sugar. So I tend to add a little less. Allspice. No. That said, it is good to pre-bake the apples a bit, otherwise a hot liquid pie can be soupy. It can be. I've not personally had that issue. I guess it really would depend on the apple. Because what normally I see a lot do is they'll make an apple pie and they'll make this like sort of other filling to go with it. Like this goopy, sort of syrupy almost filling to go with it. But if the apples are already, you know, they already have their own juices, they'll make that for you while it's cooking. They'll mix in with the cinnamon and the other stuff and all the other seasonings you put in there to your taste. I like to go more cinnamon and allspice heavy than sugar heavy, and mix all those in. Thick cut apples. Of course, the skin's peeled off. Peeling the skins off is honestly kind of the most tedious part. I've got it down to a method, but it's still really annoying. It just takes forever. I like to make a few of those every Thanksgiving. Yeah, you can make your own crust or use store-bought crust. It doesn't really matter. If you make your own crust, you can do a bit more to it. And another thing, so you egg wash the top. This is standard, right? But then what I like to do, I like to put, because I hate boring crust so much, after egg washing the rim a bit more, I take a lot of sugar granules and sprinkle it around the edge of the crust to basically make it into a cookie. So the edge of the crust, like the hard part of it, the very rim of it, that's basically like little bits of cookie, like when they're done. Wipe the drool off my keyboard. It's very easy to make. Very easy to make. Now, one thing that I always hated with pies is boring crust. So I do my best to try and make it not so boring. And it's even better if you make your own crust because you can incorporate that sort of a mixture into it. But if you use store-bought crust, it's just fine. It'll be serviceable and just fine. You just around the edge there. Oh, he turned around and like 360 no-scoped me. Oh no, it's a puzzle. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. Wasn't as complex as I thought it would be. No. And you gotta listen. Yep. When it goes, instead of just ding, ding, you gotta wait for the ding, 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 ding sort of sound. That's I love the lockpicking in this game. A lot of people hate the lockpicking in Oblivion. I love it. I think it's more enjoyable than later iterations of it. So if you want to make a bomb apple pie, thick cut slices, not thin cut. Granny Smith or any other type of more soury sort of apple. Allspice and cinnamon. Whatever you think would be appropriate. Sugar if you want it. You don't actually need the sugar, but it does help. And egg wash the top, sugar crust the outer crust. If it goes up slowly, that's a good one. Quick reservoir. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this dude. I'm just gonna sneak around him. We're kind of like a sneak sort of magic user, in a way. Sneaky spellblade. Oh, the rats. Not the rats. I don't think they're hostile, though. They're not. Some animals are hostile, some aren't. Nope, they're hostile. if I could find a way to let them out of their cage. Oh no. Okay, well this is just great. uh... There we go. Train up that mysticism skill a bit. How am I gonna play this? Ooh, I know what I can do. You auto-run against a pillar while nearby an NPC, and it can train up your skill. Or a sneak skill. There's 2 of them in there. Cannot sleep with enemies nearby. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna play this. I think one of them is a warlord. That might be a bit tough. Let's see. We do have bow. Oh yeah, we have that mace. I should use that. It's free fire damage. Why not? Gonna do this. Poison our shot. Wait for the right moment. We don't want to miss. Nice. Alright. Let's take out that mace. Well, it's a blunt weapon. That's the only downside. No, we should... Well, it's free fire damage. Alright, stand up, prepare for combat! Huzzah! There we go, yeah. Let's use that free fire damage on it. Once we get our own enchanted weapon, it's gonna make things so much better. Just adds a whole new dynamic to damage. This base weapon damage is hardly everything. You gotta mix the magic with the melee, and you get some really good results in the game. Invisibility potion, that's cool. Rat meat for whatever reason. For meeting rats, I guess. Oh wait, we don't need to pick this. We got a magic spell for that. I need to get better unlock spells. And this is actually a way to train up alteration. Even if you can't open the lock with the spell, you can just spam it at it and it will still give you skill for it. Worn chainmail. Aha, I have better chainmail. I am the chainmail master. Okay, cool. So I guess that was this place. Not much to it. Yeah, we did get some skill ups here and there. Oops. Kind of went around the wrong way. So what you're saying is I need to listen to your Oblivion VODs because I'm learning just by watching. I guess. I have played this game a lot. I haven't uploaded any VODs to YouTube in a long time of Oblivion specifically. Uh-oh. I forgot there were things in here. Oops. Okay, so he's gonna come around up here. Let me use my detect life. Just to be aware of what's around me. There it is. Alright. Alright. Okay, he's low. We can go ahead and finish him off. Flare. There we go. Destruction is not one of my major skills, but we will level in it quickly since I am magic spec. It'll also give us access to some enchanting abilities. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Wink. I am over encumbered. Oh no, that's not good. What can we drop here? Probably some armor we're not using. Yeah, like this. Nope. There we go. Shift click. Keep the valuables. Drop the... And heavy armor is like... Unless it's like enchanted with something good that makes it super valuable. Usually not great for looting, for selling stuff. Like even though if it has a high price, it's the weight to value ratio that you're looking at for items. Because the more you can carry of something, the more value you get out of it. Alright, so do I have any poisons? I'm not particularly skilled in marksman, but I do have some alchemy. We got a poison of illness. Ah, we missed. He moved at the last moment. That's okay. I wonder if we can make any more. Fire damage. Ooh, fire salts. Oh, here we go. Nice. There we go. He's just gonna cook. There we go. Alchemy is so good in this game. Takes a while to get it going. Oh, no, no, no! Oh, we ascended. I guess. Okay, well. A good thing is, that means we don't miss our poison. No, we're not. Okay. T-pose, yeah. I don't know what causes that bug. I've always had it. That works. Okay. So, the acrobatic skill that actually allows you to, oh, there they are. They're on the floor. Acrobatic skill that allows you to dodge, like when you hold block and you move in spare space, that's actually really useful for these traps. Okay, that, I was not even close to that. That's some garbage. It's actual garbage. Okay. Yeah, so I was, like, not even remotely close. This is stupid. And it's the only way forward, too. Unless, let's look at our map here. Yep. Well, actually. Wonder if there's a way around. Yeah, let's try another way around. Run a little bit. I do love dungeon diving in this game. Honestly, that's what this game feels best for, is just going into random dungeons and pilfering stuff. Exploring. Right? Hiya! Mushy mushy. Like the desu. Alright, let's see. Yeah, okay, so I wonder where this goes. Is there a third-person camera to see around the walls? Yeah. Okay, we're in the light, so it's going to ruin our stealth effectiveness. But what we can do, we can cast a little life detection. Well, it doesn't have the range. But if we had enough range on our life detection, we'd be able to see him better. Alright, we're going to sneak over this way. Yeah, there we go. That'll give us a little bit better of an angle. Alright. Let's see if we can just sneak up on him. Quick save. No, he's facing us. There are traps for like those spiky ball traps. We could potentially use it against him. He doesn't look too tough. I could probably take him on, honestly. Let's train up a little bit of sneak here. Just by running into a wall. What's our sneak at? It's at 42. We're actually doing pretty good. Let's get it up to 43. Just by standing here. I'm not sure if it's actually registering. It might take a few seconds. Yeah, it's slowly going up. 77%. 95%. There we go. Nope. Okay, he noticed me. Yeah, he's pretty weak. Excellent. That ragdoll, though. Amazing ragdoll, yeah. I don't know, I like ragdo. It's okay, he woke up, yeah. Bonk! That was satisfying. I love melee stealth. Normally stealth's kind of boring because usually you're using archery a lot. It's because it's so easy. Now there's a trap in this chest. So, okay, so yeah, this is an alternate way. This is the room that I believe I was looking at. There's these things. So if we're quick enough, we can... Yeah, just from a distance. Ooh, okay, so that might be... What's the weight we're looking for? 360. The steel warhammer, certainly not. I'll take the Dwemer dagger. We might actually use that. What's that put us at? That puts us over, so we might not be able to use that. So that's 28 pounds. The worn orcish helmet. Yeah, the reinforced chain. Oh, that's heavy armor. I thought that'd be light armor. Ew. Okay, good. Good! There's a dead adventurer there. There's some environmental storytelling. Because if we go any further than where we're at right now, we're going to, not have a good day. We'll take this to sell. I'll demonstrate. Yeah. Okay, and we can get on out of here. We've pilfered the treasure of the fort. Which wasn't really much, but... Oh, what the... Is tomorrow going to be more Elder Scrolls? Yes, unless you wanted to see something else. I mean, I think this is great. We got a realistic physics engine using the Havoc physics. It's cutting-edge technology. Where's my Todd Howard voice again? Oh, be careful. I actually really like to use these against enemies. Like, what you can do if you have high speed and a bit of strength is, like, you aggro an enemy down the hall and you can pull these back and drop them in their face, and it can actually do some decent damage. again, let me demonstrate here. So let me pull this back. And then... Yeah, see, it did some decent damage. I don't know if there's any physics-based traps like that in Skyrim. I mean, there's the big swinging spike walls, but I don't remember like anything like that. It just uses physics as a damage source. All right. And back into the Great Forest. And I always love this when you're like in a dungeon for a while and that comforting music just greets you, as well as the daylight and the greenery. It's just, there's a certain feeling of coming out of an Oblivion dungeon that no other game has really matched for me. Just that feeling of escaping danger. Alright, we can go sell off our loot here. I find it threatening when escaping dungeon. I guess it can be, depending on where you're at. Never mind this.
Hello.
Everyone's saying there's trouble in Kabach. The whole town destroyed.
I'm only looking for one way. Unless it's a complex dungeon. I don't know. I guess it's an atmospheric thing.
Hi there.
Hi there.
Herbal grow oak slack.
Uh-huh. We've already...
I offer the finest goods and lowest.
Let's see. Let's try 56. Saw all these iron arrows. Try 57. Iron bow. Ooh, mercantile skill increase. There we go.
That's more than I'd usually pay.
Okay, okay. We're getting money. Sell the scarab dagger.
That's just not reasonable.
Okay, well, here we go.
A good price. A good price.
I do have some things that do increase the leveling speed of some skills, like Mercantile is stupid slow. I did increase the leveling speed of that, of Athletics, Restoration, and a couple other things that were just really, really painfully slow. And the reason is because I also have an uncapper that allows stats to and attributes to scale up to 255 instead of just stopping at 100. Because I always found that annoying that they just stop at 100 and you get no more benefit out of them. Well, you get some slight benefit, but like, say you get Strength at 100, your melee damage is not going to get any better after Strength 100. There's nothing that higher Strength contributes. So the reason I did that is because I always liked... I like getting gear that has like stats on it. It's like, oh, or enchanting gear with stats on. It's like, oh, this gives me some strength and some intelligence. Kind of like World of Warcraft, I guess, or something like that. You know, the classic RPG or Diablo sense of it gives you this stat. But in Oblivion, by default, those stats usually don't do much when you're at 100. They still contribute slightly, but some literally do nothing. Like skills, especially. Anything that increases blade skill above 100, it does nothing. Literally nothing. And it also makes, you know, leveling a bit more enjoyable. So you're like, normally you'd get, if you got a skill in 100 or slightly above it somehow, and you leveled up, you couldn't put anything into that. So this allows you to stick with a build instead of just eventually becoming good at everything, which I don't like it when characters become literally good at everything in RPGs. I like it when they're more confined to their class role. So I like having it this way to where I can just focus on a few specific attributes to stay true to my class, instead of just becoming an inevitable everyman.
A good price. That's a fair deal. That's a fair deal.
Highly recommend if you do play this, though, try Oscuro's Oblivion overall. It's a bit rough and difficult to play, like level 10 and under, but once you get past that, it really starts to make sense and open up. So most of what I have in terms of these internal tweaks that I've made to it is purely for making the early game less awful. But I really like it, combined with an uncapper.
An excellent bargain.
And I think I have Franz or Mardigans, something I can't remember, but there's some other overhaul that combines with it, that pairs with it really well. And it gives a lot of more creature variety, which is always welcome. Always love the creature variety.
I am. Bye. How goes it?
Okay, we can sell some magical goods. We don't have the mercantile to sell to literally everyone yet. So... Actually, we could go to a general goods store. They buy and sell about everything.
What kind of... Yes?
Alright, let's do the persuasion game. So he likes these two.
Yes. Don't...
Yes!
Not bad. No more. Yeah. I get it.
Yeah!
Don't wait. No more. You're frightened. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. Not... I doubt it.
Okay, so that'll help with our
Have a look
buying
at
and
my
selling.
goods. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Imperial breeches. Huh. Interesting. Now we can sell this jewelry.
You've made a...
I always keep my sackcloth stuff, I don't know. I just like it. I'll keep my alchemy ingredients. Let's see. Parahammer torch. We don't really have. Bloodstained note. Those are all for other things. Flash bolt. Really need that. I should buy some better spells with my new money. Gaze. Like charm would be very useful for mercantile and stuff.
Goodbye.
Oh, and restoration in this game is disgustingly OP. Let me tell you. Let me tell you about restoration in this game. So, every skill and attribute in the game, restoration can boost. And the limit is only determined by your magicka pool and, well, your restoration skill. So you could have so you could be like, I don't know how to use a blade whatsoever. I've never held a sword in my life. And you could just level restoration up, right? Restoration is the slowest magic skill level, however. You can level restoration up, and boom! Cast restoration spell, suddenly you are a god with a blade for 2 minutes. And you just keep recasting that. It's... Magic in this game is disgustingly overpowered. Like, anyone who complains about the spongy combat in this game clearly is not playing with magic. Because you combine magic with your other damage sources, like physical damage sources. You combine both those, like weakness to magic, weakness to element, drain health, damage over times of various elements. You combine those layered on top of each other, because all these debuffs stack and layer with each other. So you can create huge amplification spells that just obliterate. Like what I like to do a debuff that's weakness to magic and then weakness to several elements for a certain duration. Hit it with a drain health to reduce its health pool, and then after that, hit it with a bunch of elemental damage spells. Especially if they're damage over times that match the duration. You can destroy with magic like that. And illusion basically makes it to where you can make everybody like you. Restoration can buff all your other skills to make... Because buffing your magic skills also makes all those magic skills cost less magicka. The more skill you have in something, the less magicka it costs. Which is pretty darn neat. So all of these kind of like play into each other, and all of this mixes well with enchanting, with the melee and stuff.
What is it now? Welcome to... Yes?
I know it's stream time, but I want to get this done before, because we'll be playing more of this tomorrow. We're playing plenty more of this. This will be our new weekend game for a while since we finished Core Keeper, and Core Keeper is really fun. Highly recommend it.
Was that... You're pathetic. That's a bit... You're pathetic. Don't. That's a bit... You're a big, fat liar.
I know.
What can I interest you in?
Let's see.
Only quality goods for sale.
Congrats on the catch. Let's bump this up to, like, say, 56%. Let's see. Flame Touch. I'm not really big on touch spells. I tried to get something a while back that would cast on touch spells whenever you do hand to hand, but it didn't really work that well. It was very buggy, and yeah, so I just got rid of it. Ooh, weakness to fire. That's really good. Weakness to poison. Okay. Summon zombie. Touch of rage. Flame touch, electric touch, that'll give us shock damage. So mostly what I'm buying these for is not to use them themselves, but to unlock the ability to make my own spells with them. Because you have to know the spell to be able to spellcraft as well as enchant. Flame touch, Eyes of Eventide. Night-Eye, not that great. I will get this. So that's kind of an all-in-one. Burden is useless. So the thing about this game is that Burden doesn't really do anything against most enemies because they don't carry near enough to even have it impact them. You'd have to do some major amplification to make Burden actually do much. So Burden, unfortunately, doesn't really do much in this game.
Bye. Make it quick.
Everybody hates me.
Make it quick.
That's the downside of starting as an Argonian. Everybody hates you because your personality is only 30. People don't get it. It's like, it's yeah. I was gonna make an allegory there, but I was like, oh, maybe that was a great allegory to make.
Oh, what nonsense! Don't what? That's great. How's it? You can. Don't. Well done.
You gotta make people get to know you.
May I interest you?
Remind them that you're not so bad. Ooh, telekinesis. I don't have enough magicka. Okay. Soul Trap. Paralyze. Yeah, she sells some pretty good spells. She's part of the Mage Tower. What is this tower DLC? Pretty good spells. Candlelight. Yeah, I don't really have enough for any of these. These are pretty high level spells. Weakness to magic, actually. I will buy that. Let me... Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. And I love Mysticism. Mysticism isn't super useful outside of Soul Trap in this game, but I love Telekinesis just because it's fun to play around with. I always like to take Mysticism. It's just fun. And if you equip a Telekinesis spell as well, or a Telekinesis staff, what you can do is actually see items, like what they are. Like I could see certain items from a distance instead of having to get close to you. What use detect life? Yes. So it is, I guess, useful for that as well. So, like, say if I were to go in here, say if you're being a thief and you want to steal from Mage Emporiums, because Mage Emporiums are great to steal from. They got a lot of valuables and riches. If you have Mysticism equipped, or like either a Mysticism spell or a staff, you can actually see what things are. Like they'll pop up on the HUD like this from as far range as the Telekinesis spell itself.
Hi.
So, she's Louise. And of course, casting Telekinesis on objects doesn't incur a penalty, like incur a crime or anything. So it's very useful for like thief characters. So what you can do if you don't want to spec into Mysticism as well, you just join the Arcane University and get the whenever you get your staff made, you can make a Telekinesis staff. Arguably, the most useful staff is the Paralysis one because Paralysis is very expensive and requires a lot of illusion skill to cast. But if you don't really care about that, Telekinesis is really useful for like thieving and stuff.
I prefer to just listen to people talk.
Oh, that's another item I have is a auto leveler as well. I'm gonna go ahead and save here before I get carried away. We'll be playing more of this tomorrow, for certain. This will be our new weekend game, so we'll do it after reading on Saturdays, and we'll do it for the whole of Sunday. Let's see. What was I saying? Something. I don't know. I was saying something. Anyways, but we'll find someone to raid out to here. Let's see who is online. Let's see. Do a refresh. I don't really want to raid into a VR chat stream. VR chat can be a hit or miss thing to raid into. You never know what kind of unfortunate things might be happening. Let's see. Well, might not have a choice. I don't know. All my raid targets have been kind of offline lately, unfortunately. Secret of Mana, Fuga? I don't know what that is. Let's see. What about this person? What are they doing? Fuga 2? I have no idea what that is. I don't know when I followed this person. I mean, they're... Let's see. What's going on here? Melodies of Steel is worth a look, IMO. Depends on what it is. When it comes to RPGs, I'm not really big into turn-based RPGs. So if it's turn-based, it's probably going to be a no-go. And I know a lot of RPGs are turn-based, but unfortunately. Just every time I've done a turn-based RPG, it's like, I end up getting super frustrated with them. Yeah, it's turn-based. Yeah. I've tried them. I gave them a solid try, so it's not a distaste from ignorance. It's more of a they just don't work with me, I guess, and how I think about things and how I plan. I guess I could raid you into this person. I don't remember when I followed them, but they're pretty low on the viewer count list, so I know. So let's out bump them up, I guess. Do the kind thing and help uplift the lower count beans. I don't think I've ever raided them before, so we'll see what happens. Where's the fox? They're playing some sort of shooter game. I don't know what they're doing. Not really my type of thing, but I'm always leery about raiding into VR chat streams, and everyone else that's online right now for me is playing VR chat for some reason. I don't know. Maybe there's some event going on. I'm out of the loop, as always. Well, that said, much love, many hugs, many kisses. Mwah. Thank you for coming by. We'll have more Oblivion fun tomorrow. With that, I hope you can have a good rest of your Saturday or Sunday, and take care. Bye-bye.